Yo, am I ready to go live? Goddamn right, I'm ready to go live. Need to turn that down off the rip. Let's turn all my phone things down. I know I'm supposed to start this show at 8, but here we go. Welcome everybody to the Silk Police Academy, baby. Welcome everybody to the Silk Police Association, shawty. It is Saturday. It is pretty in Atlanta, bro. I'm talking about everybody and their mama is cooking out, bro. Give it time for some people to come in, send out some notifications, y'all. Of course, I got to put the cash up in off the rip. Let me do that. Bring your ass on in, man. Bring your ass on in. But you know, I think I should have. I was debating if I was gonna do the show like today or tomorrow, but my plans didn't go through today. Actually, they did go through. It was just me fucking up, and I didn't want to go out today, man. It was just too many people in Atlanta. All the interstates, all the roads, everybody and their mama out, everybody cooking out. Um, everybody selling something. You know, I know that T.I. and all them people, they get it mixed up. They get flagged for calling Atlanta Wakanda, but not in the sense of like the movie. But when I say that Atlanta looked at like Africa today, far as the vendors and people trying to sell something, like that was all over today. Like it was like too much because there's just so many people and there's so much traffic. And I just didn't want to deal with it. But like I said, I wanted to push the show off until tomorrow or either later on tonight. So hopefully nothing don't go right. I don't have to do nothing or whatever, and I can continue the show. You got about 2 people in here already. Just came in. I understand. It's Saturday. Motherfuckers out here doing their thing. You know what I'm saying? But basically, even for the person that come in, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I'm still gonna keep it going. Um, we did a show earlier with Brandon. Eric B in the building. It's just me and you, Shawty. It's just me and you, Shawty. Shout out to Eric B in the building, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what? One thing I got to learn. I got to learn how to send out notifications. I need to learn how to. I need to just be on the game of sending out. Putting out the show when it's gonna start in advance. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that'll help me out or not. But a lot of people watch my show on the playback because it's just good to listen to like that. Sometimes listen to it live is a lot. You know what I'm saying? So, I understand people have to get their hustle smart and doses again. Everybody love the avatar. Hoes be lying if you didn't know what it is. So I'm definitely for men rights, but Atlanta, it was so, I mean, it took you an hour to go anywhere today. Anywhere today, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Eric B, did you get the Lexus yet? Did you go up? Did you go up? Did you go up? Are you still riding Hyundai? But it was so many people, man. Like Listen, I've been used to Atlanta for a while, but he said I got a big body LS 430. No, that's 530. What's good, Shawty? What up? I got a big body. Oh, 430. Big body 430. What year is it? What year is the Lexus? Let me pull it up too so I can see what it is. See, Lexus 430. Lexus 430 LS 430. Okay. It's 03. Okay, I see you. I see you. I see it. I see it. You know, the only thing I dislike about those Lexus that the oil change and the tune-ups, they so high on those, but you know, other than that, man, they are cars, man. They real smooth. They are real smooth, man. But you know, this is what I was talking about. How everybody was out. This what made me not want to do the show. Cause I'm like, man, ain't nobody in the house today. Ain't nobody in the house. So do I care about the live show or whatever? But it is what it is. But it was just I'm talking about every side of town. But I'm telling it was a good look though. I'm gonna be honest with you. It was a good look of seeing so many black people out, but it made it. Now I have never been to Africa, but I watch a lot of videos. I watch all of those walkthroughs and people just, you know, driving around Nigeria, driving around Kampala, driving around Jamaica. I watch all those videos, man, and I see how congested it is, and you know how hard it is to get around. You know what I'm saying, to the point that you have to ride motorcycles. See, the one good thing about Africa is that they do have the boaters. You know what I'm saying? Like America don't have that. So if we don't have no way to get around or beat the traffic, you just stuck in traffic. You know what I'm saying? You just stuck in traffic. But I'm telling Airbnb, hey Airbnb, check it out. if people don't start coming through, I'm telling you, I'm gonna push this show off until tomorrow. I don't know why my oh shit. Yeah, I might have to push the show tomorrow. I just got the text. See, we got what we call the drive-in up here, and you see, I don't like going to the movie theater. In Ghana, they cannot drive. Everybody makes their own rules. It's the same way here. But you know what I'm saying? I didn't want to go to the movie theaters to see Batman. I wanted to go to the drive-in, because at the drive-in, you can take your own food, your own drink. Let me tell you, Sean, I take a cooler, a motherfucking cooler when I go to the drive-in. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, I got water, I got juice, you know what I'm saying? I got fucking, you know, lunch meat, sandwich meat. I got all type of shit. You know what I'm saying? And I got the take a sub sandwich, take some wings. I mean, because at the drive-in, you can watch 2 movies in Atlanta. St. James said, "Why do Africans get the naive?" Oh, I'm explaining that to you, St. James. And St. James, man, you've been gone for a minute, man. I ain't seen you on none of the platforms or whatever, man. But you are welcome. You always welcome to come on. You know what I'm saying? You have never jumped on my platform. I'm seeing you on a lot of other platforms and talk to you on other platforms. But you know what I'm saying? The naive, actually the naive ain't a problem with being naive. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and say the name of the show so we can give a little context. to where St. James just asked. The name of the show is Naive Africans versus Entitled Black Americans. Now, the reason why I gave Africans naive, actually, I wish that I could have given Americans the naive, but Americans are not naive. You know what I'm saying? I wish that we could be naive. I wish that we can be there. We're entitled. So St. James, actually, we're worse. We're worse in America being entitled because we have all this opportunity and we ain't taking advantage of it. Africans are naive because they tend to not know who the real enemy is. You get what I'm saying? And they don't see white people as the enemy. You get what I'm saying? So when you have a people that put white people as their savior, let me not do the savior word. White people as help, then that's where the naive come from. But for black people, we know that they're the enemy. We still choose to deal with them. You get what I'm saying? But we still know they're the enemy because therefore, even when black people deal with white people, we be like, okay, something happened. First thing we're going to throw out is, what I'm saying, you should have stuck with your own, even though your own can do you bad too. But that's the difference. So actually, if you thought that naive was worse, I think naive is better. I wish St. James. Hold on, let me put the quote up. In Ghana, they cannot drive. Everybody makes their own rules. St. James, why Africa got to be the naive one? That's a good thing. That go to StreamYard. Where is the drive-in located? Because I may be in Atlanta sometime. It's off of Moreland Avenue, bro. If you come down, hit me up. I'll goddamn email you and send you the exact direction. You can watch 2 movies. Shout out to my southern brother. But this is what it is. So I'm gonna go ahead and we're just gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about the show. Also, y'all, it's an open topic show. We know we got the war going on in Ukraine. We see how the Ukrainians are treating black people over there, but I have to agree with Pan-African on this, that they just looking out for their own people. You know what I'm saying? Now the fucked up thing with black people is that in African people might, because they look up to white people, they might put white people ahead of their own people. That's where the naive come in at. Now, black Americans, we ain't putting no white people first, because black Americans scared of every goddamn thing. You can be in a parking lot, bro. You can be in a parking lot and somebody get the shooting. One person do a shot, it could be 1,000 black people out there. Everybody gonna duck. Everybody gonna duck. You know what I'm saying? But what we do get from our African lineage is the docile. We have some of the being docile a little bit. We have that over here too, and we have that looking up to white people. You get what I'm saying? But see, the difference in America, we just see white people as they have the power, because in America it's black shit. I make more than a lot of white people, but in Africa it's different. You get what I'm saying? It's like it's more people in Africa that don't make what the average white person make. But in America, it's different. It's a lot of black people that make money as same as white people. So we don't look at white people as a savior, but we do look at them as a power structure. In Africa, they look at, I said I wasn't going to use the word savior, but I'm going to use the word savior. They look at white people as the savior and the power structure. They look at it 2 or 3 ways with white people. You know what I'm saying? So with black people in America is not as forgiven as white people as in Africa. You get what I'm saying? Now, when it comes to politicians, that's a different story. We talking about every day, your next door neighbor. You know, if a white person do something to you in America, your next door neighbor, no, you hate that motherfucker for life. It ain't no coming back from that. You know what I'm saying? We ain't never cool. But in Africa, it's different. But that's, you know, just explain that. But when it comes to what's going on in the Ukraine situation, and you got the, you know, you have African countries telling people what should be equal to everybody's safety, when African countries don't even provide that equal safety amongst its own people. Especially in northern and wherever the capital is, the northern part of it or the southern part of it. You know, I would just use Nigeria as example, but I can't say the southern part because a lot of the southern part of Nigeria is modernized, so to speak. You know what I'm saying, to a somewhat degree. It's the northern part that's not. But read your thing. I had a debate on this topic. I don't think America would be as powerful as it is if it was ran by black folks. And people get mad at me for saying that, but it's the truth. Unfortunately, yeah. Like this is the thing, and this is a sad reality that black people make good managers, great attorneys, great cooks. Get what I'm saying? Like we don't want it. I'm just gonna be all the way honest. In America, the white people are the husband and black folks is the wife. You get what I'm saying? It's just the way it is. We don't stick our neck out to be dominant like white people do. White people risk their life to be the dominant. Black people don't risk their life to be dominant. We want to complain and we want to try to force somebody to see us as equal. But when white people want to be taken, when they want to dominate, you know what I'm saying, they go to war. I mean, look at Russia. You get what I'm saying? Like, don't let that shit fool you, man. You know, Russia just might be tired of being second. You get what I'm saying? Like, how long do you want to be second? See, I think that black people, we get this from the Africans, the way they are over there in Africa. We're the same over here. The only reason why black people in America even think that they're any type of way better than Africans is because we're raised in this system. We're raised in this system in America. We have a kill or be killed type of mentality. When somebody dies, it's oh well, you know. You'll get black people here like, man, did he deserve it? I have never heard an African say when somebody died, did they deserve it or not? I just ain't never heard that. I'm not saying that it don't happen. I just never heard that. But black people, oh, he deserved that shit. Like we don't even mourn death. You know what I'm saying? African people are more spiritual. We have lost that spirituality over here. We're not spiritual people. We're just emotional as fuck. And if y'all watched Brandon's show today, it was pretty evident of how emotional we are. You get what I'm saying? And we really have that crabs in the. Now, one thing that I know that Africans don't have like we have in America that makes us entitled, we have the crabs in the bucket thing is bigger in America than it is Africa. And the link is in the chat. If y'all don't see the link, y'all can add for me to drop it back in. Anybody is welcome to come on. This was a show that I thought about it, how the day was a Saturday. And I said, damn, I usually do shows on Sunday, but it is what it is. But anybody is welcome. I'm gonna tell you that the crab in the bucket syndrome is greater in America than it is in Africa. You get what I'm saying? You like Africans are more laid back. So they are allowed to be naive. See, in America, being naive will get you killed. Being naive in America get you kidnapped. Being naive in America get your ass whooped. Those same consequences and repercussions is not the same. So that's why Africa gets the naive. Actually, the naive part is a prize. I wish that I could be naive and have no repercussion. I wish that I could let my kids, run out in the streets, play, don't have to go out there and look and be worried, and they'll come back and ain't nobody snatched them up in no van or nothing. I wish that we can be naive like that. We don't have that, but what we do have, we have an entitlement. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to goddamn Jose Go. Jose Bruns, goddamn, let me start calling your name. What's up? What's up? Greeting from the Smiling Coast, Gambia for now. Shout out to you. Pan-Africans, I made it. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the resistance. Welcome to the resistance, shawty. You know what I'm saying? So I think Brandon, he's going to the movies today. I can't do the movies. I like to drive in. Laid back Gene under the statement, yo, for sure. We behind enemy lines, for sure. We behind enemy lines. So since in America, you know what I'm saying, we don't have the luxury to be naive. You know what I'm saying? Even if we try to be naive, we get the wake up call is more instant. It's instant in America. You get the wake up call real quick here. You get what I'm saying? In Africa, you don't get the wake up call as easy. It took a war in Ukraine for Africans to realize that these white people don't give a fuck about you. You know what I'm saying? Like like white people have to physically show you, out of all the history that went on all over the world, all in history, white people have to show Africans that they're evil. See, we know they're evil over here. We just think that since we think that we're smart in the United States, we think we can pick and choose which white person is cool. You get what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, I don't have nothing against white people. I just have something against fucked up white people. You know what I'm saying? So anybody that sit up and act like color don't exist or they don't see, I'll tell you, if a black person or a white person walk up to you and tell you that color don't exist, you need to goddamn hide your wallet and look over your shoulder. Cause that's one of the biggest lies ever tell when people talk about they don't see color. You can't help but to see. The only person that don't see color is Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles if he still was alive. So I didn't make the title of the show as clickbait. You get what I'm saying? When it says naive, Africans do have a luxury of being naive. Americans don't. Africans can't be entitled because they don't have a welfare system. It's no state in Africa that's a welfare state. It's no country in Africa that's a welfare state, a welfare country. See, in America, we used to white people giving us stuff, so then we're entitled. Even when I was on Brandon's show today, as much as you drive, I think you'll be happy to sit in the theater, bruh. The theater is cool, Brandon, but I'm telling you, I like to drive in. I like to drive in because I can take me a goddamn 7 grams with me. I can take a cooler with me. You know what I'm saying? I got paper towels in that bitch. I got motherfucking Clorox wipe clean up. I got motherfucking mustard. I got ketchup. I got ranch. I got the tartar sauce. You know what I'm saying? I ain't playing. You know what I'm saying? Like and then at the drive-in in Atlanta, you can watch 2 movies for the price of 1. You know what I'm saying? And if I don't know if y'all watched the video or not, y'all done see I got the speakers. I got the booming system. You know what I'm saying? So that means that it sounds. I got the surround sound already in my car. You get what I'm saying? I can take off my shoes. You know what I'm saying? If I got a chicken head in the car, get me some neck. I gotta get me some head and shoulders. You know, like it's a plus. So, you know, I like going to the drive-in. You know what I'm saying? The movie theaters in Atlanta for something like Batman Brandon, it would be too off the chain today. When they say that they don't see color, they are saying that they are dealing with the person based on their character, not the person's skin color. But the difference is to that Bert, is that it's no matter what. It's no matter what. People have a tendency to favor their own. Don't get me wrong. You got what they call white knights, and you got suck ass niggas that will put white people first. But for the most part, black people favor black people, and white people favor white people. You know what I'm saying? It's just that when white people favor each other, they get along better. We favor each other. You know, we got our little handshakes and little, you know, innuendo things that we do as black people, but we don't get along like they do. So, you know, at the end of the day, a white person character, put it this way, it's like they say how, you know what I'm saying, the motherfucker, the motherfucker can go white on you any minute. Same way with a black person. Say for instance, one of them black people that talk, you know, like they say with the quote unquote nerdy and whatever. You get that black person mad enough, he gonna go grape ape on you. He gonna go Donkey Kong on you. He gonna go Donkey Kong Congo on you. And you get that white person that have any of y'all ever seen the movie Malibu Most Wanted? If anybody ever seen the movie Malibu Most Wanted, you'll get what I'm saying. Nope. They still don't realize it. Shout out, man. Hey, man, when y'all come in now, smash that motherfucking goddamn like button, shouter. I'm talking about act like you disgusted with that like button and goddamn smash that motherfucker. Hit it with your finger, hit it with your knuckles. Motherfucker, bite the goddamn phone, shouter. Bite the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I guess that sounded like a small dog, right? So, did I read the whole thing? They don't yet realize that's why you guys in the belly of the beast, i.e. our Trojan horse, in the most powerful propaganda machine, need to really, really understand propaganda. For sure. I agree with that. Make black media black-minded again. Let me tell y'all something, man. I wish, I wish that, you know, a lot of people always talk about they hit the lottery or whatever, what they'll do with it. I swear to white Jesus, if I had to hit the lottery, because I definitely ain't finna do that with my money, because, you know, so I'm kind of bougie. You know, my money stressed out. My kids, they bougie as fuck. You know what I'm saying? They spoil as hell. But if I hit the lottery, I swear to white Jesus, I would spend so much, you know what I'm saying, in a Pan-African media space. I'm talking about top notch. You get what I'm saying? I'm talking about really put something out there, because I always like this proverb, this African proverb that this guy told me. Matter of fact, this guy was from Gambia, and he always told me that. He said that the gazelle's point of view would never be told correctly long as the lion is controlling the media. When the lion puts out the media about the gazelle, he's gonna make it seem like the gazelle is for him to live. But if the gazelle ever got a chance to push out its own media, it would make the lion look like he's racist or whatever. He would make lion look like it's hateful. He would make a lion look like you're killing us. You're outsourcing. We're making us extinct. So therefore, when you look at the movie like The Lion King, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brandon. Brandon had me with them movies because I watch just as many movies as Brandon watched. You know, maybe more since I'm older than him. It's just like The Lion King. They call it the circle of life. When they explain it when they was explaining it to the lion, we eat the gazelles, but we respect them. Think about the movie Avatar, when they was killing the animals or whatever, and when they was like, but we killed them, but we respect them. They do a prayer over it. I don't give a fuck if you pray over me while you kill me. You get what I'm saying? So let me read a couple of more of these things. Be rad from the boo from Malibu. Yeah, be rad, Malibu. You get what I'm saying? He that's a prime example of how a white person, when you talk about their character, they can switch it up in a minute. And black people can do it too. You get what I'm saying? So black-minded doesn't mean ignorant and emotional. I agree with that. Aber, we need to start being human beings. Black don't like to be judged by color. So we need to stop doing no. I don't know what black people. I want to be judged by my color. I don't want to be equal to nobody. See, that's the difference between somebody being B1 in a Pan-African. I don't want to be equal because I don't feel like nobody is equal to us. I don't feel like, even though we don't have no power, Aber, I still feel like nobody, you get what I'm saying, is equal to black people. It's just that we some dumb motherfuckers. We are dumb as fuck. Dumb. Majority. That's why it be so depressing sometimes when I talk to black people and I'll be sitting there like, God damn, I am 20 years ahead of the average black person I talk to for his thought process. But appreciate your comment, Aber, man. Make sure you smash that like button. And if you want to come up on here, man, come up. I don't care. You know, I remember one time on Brandon's show, they had this thing about white, black, or whatever. Anybody is welcome on the show. Anybody is welcome on the show, for real. You know what I'm saying? You stick with facts and whatever, anybody is welcome on here. You know what I'm saying? So until the lion learns to speak, the hunting story will be weak. Shout out to motherfucking Mr. Untouchable in the building. Shout out to the pimpin'. You know what I'm saying? The Silk Police Association is in full effect, man. Y'all welcome. Y'all are definitely welcome, man. If y'all want to come on the panel, if you just want to come up here and tell me to kiss your ass, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to cuss you out, but I'll still let you say it. You get what I'm saying? Like what we do over here is elevate the mind. What I don't want to do is as black people, keep having this building house. This is how I see it in my brain. I see us as house builders. We need to elevate our mind as to skyscraper builders. I see us as we can build a car. I want us to develop our mind that we can build spacecraft. You know what I'm saying? Not just work for the people like everybody else is light years ahead of black people for its innovation. We're losing the innovation game. Listen, black people, I mean, god damn, yeah, we can dance. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, let me tell you something. Black people in America dance. Them African motherfucker can dance and party all night. My ankles be swelling up just watching them motherfucker dance all night. You know what I'm saying? Because Africans, they're small frame. They bring these people up in their thing. We bring the people up in this thing, man. Salute First of all, let me salute to Brandon. You know what I'm saying? Brandon goddamn growing over that Pan-African, you know what I'm saying? He doing this thing over here. He's doing this thing OAP over there in Kenya. You know what I'm saying? He trying to get there excel, trying to give black people an outlet, you know, somewhere to go. Because believe me, y'all, if I have this thing to where something in me, if I'm gonna die, I want to die in Africa. I don't want to die in the United States. You get what I'm saying? I just don't. So I want to live a better life over there and help out or whatever. Now I can't, if it's not a movement, I only can do so much. But you know, a person like Brandon that's reaching so many people, he's fighting the fight for us, and that we just need to support brothers like that. I have a small channel. I can't do it every day for the type of job that I have. But Brandon is able to do what he do every day. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brandon. Shout out to his wife, Ryan, that probably got on some leggings. They going to the movies tonight. And you know what I'm saying? Shout out to his daughter too. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Brandon. Come on in, man.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you, bro.
Okay, like one thing I want to talk about is like you were talking about the black media and how we all would like to do something for the black media. One thing people have to understand is if we're really going to have a black media, we're going to have to be objective. You know, we're going to have to be okay with our media being as objective as the white media. We want real media, not just a misinformation and a propaganda machine. If that's the case, you could just stick with reading The Final Call or one of the other black cult publications.
True.
You know, a lot of times when the black media or the new black media is objective, we don't get the reception that some of the guys who try to pander to black people's emotions get, right? Like my channel's not going to be as big as Young Pharaoh or Dane Calloway or something like that, because black people love lies, ignorance, and stagnant, self-destructive behavior and rhetoric. There's a thing on YouTube called the Black News Network with the one brother who's a professor at Temple University. I forget his name, but he's black. Handsome guy.
I think it's BNA, right?
Yeah, the BNA.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Go look at their views. Go look at how many the traction that they're getting, even though they have like millions of dollars behind what they're doing. They have a professional setup. They have a professional newscaster. They have professional correspondents, and they're all black. But look at the reception they're getting. Barely anybody is watching their videos. I might rival them on viewership at some points on some videos. Now go look to the pseudo historians. Go look to the guys like Jason Black and the Black Authority, who don't really give information, like accurate information, but really just angle their information towards black people's emotions, right? Those guys are getting 40,000 views on every video, right? 25,000 views on every video. So what we have to understand is a group of people has to be worthy to receive certain things, because if you don't make if the listeners are not qualified, then you're just doing something that the Bible, since you brought up Proverbs, there's this old saying about throwing pearls to swine, right? So I encourage anybody who wants to like put money behind a black media outlet, first make sure before you throw your money at something, make sure the people you're aiming at are worthy to hear the information you're trying to give them. Because the BNA, the Black News Network or Association, is barely getting any views. There's one guy who gives news. His name is TD Hip Hop. But guess what? That guy has to put hip hop in the title of his channel's name just so black people will watch it. And now he's even starting to angle things towards the emotional aspect of black thought and black interaction. That's a surprise. Because if you want to get views, guess what? You're going to have to appeal to black people's emotions. And a media outlet should not have to do that. A media outlet, there's a difference between a guy who watches the 6 o'clock nightly news where they lead the segment with someone getting shot or some kid getting pushed off the side of a freeway overpass, and then like C-SPAN or Fox Business, where they're talking about the economics and all this stuff. One's going to appeal to your emotion, right? But the other is going to appeal to the people who don't give a damn about the emotional stuff. They just want to know about the business side, the side of things that impacts them and how it's going to affect them. We got to understand who we're dealing with, because people will stop watching your channel based on their emotional feelings about a person or a group or a country that doesn't give two shits about them. And I'll never understand that.
Go ahead, Jose Bronze, man. Go ahead and respond to that, my brother.
Brandon, did you really say objective like white media? I invite you to watch Russia TV, Russian, whatever, RT, right? I invite you to watch RT because I've been saying it the past week or something in the comments of your videos that you have a Fox News narrative or you're a mouthpiece of Fox News. Please watch 1 week. Watch RT for 1 week. And then
I watch RT all the time. They have the black and green logo. I watch them all the time.
White media is objective, and then say white media is objective.
No, dude. The whole thing is this: I play Fox News segments because Fox News is the only media outlet that doesn't block your damn video once you use their images, bro. I tried CNN. I tried MSNBC. They flag my videos every time. What you have a thing against anti-Russian media, but if you don't understand, this is from someone else's perspective. Fox News has a perspective. Russia has a perspective. What traction am I going to get giving Russia's perspective?
Listen.
Let him finish, Jose. Let him finish.
What? You don't understand something. People are the product of their environment, bro.
No, wait. There's a
Jose. Hold on. Let me hold y'all up. Hold on, Jose. My channel is a small channel. We ain't got but 3 people on here. I will not. I promise. I swear to white Jesus, I won't let Brandon interrupt you. Let him finish, and then you can go ahead and do your spiel. Just remember what you got to say. You know what I'm saying? I don't show no favoritism over here.
I have no notes.
So go ahead. So let Brandon finish, man.
Okay,
you know
Brandon,
what I'm saying?
Go ahead. Excuse me.
There you go, my brother. That's what I'm talking about.
So you got to understand, people are the product of their environment. The people watching my channel are like, yo, how is this stuff going to affect or impact us? Talking to them from the Russian perspective, I would be doing them a disservice because I don't truly understand the Russian perspective. If you wanted to get on and give the Russian perspective, if you understand that better than me, you are invited to do that. Anyone could click the link. But to insinuate that I'm having some type of bias just because I'm maintaining my integrity, letting people know I can only view this from the American side because I live in America. I've lived here my whole life, but keeping the platform open to people who come with an opposing perspective. I let Tunija on. Tunija was coming with that pro-Russia perspective. Then he tried to flip-flop at the end and take my viewpoint. If you want to come, feel free, but don't try to call me like some type of bias or pro-American whatever, because I'm just giving the objective facts from the only perspective I can, which is a Black American perspective.
Go ahead, Jose. Give your rebuttal.
Okay, the Black American perspective is counts only for 40 million Black people, and as a Pan-African, that's kind of out of balance. I'm not speaking for the Russian perspective. The reality is that the communists, the resistance during the Nazi and let me finish because let me try or excuse me, let me try to make this flowing. Let me try to make this flow, right? It may seem like it's out of context, but it isn't. In the Second World War, the resistance here in Europe was communist, right? It were the Russians that beat it were the Russians that beat Nazi Germany. Okay, it were Russians and Cubans that supported us here in Africa in our colonial wars against Western Europe, the colonizers, right? Russia and China aren't communist anymore, like the communists enforced, and actually, communist is related to the word community, right? They have made some errors, but eventually it were the people demanding communist. It were the people demanding not to be ostracized, not to be sucked dry by just a few, right? And so now, what is happening now? Ukraine is Nazi. It was a Nazi coup in 2014, sponsored by the EU and most probably also NATO, but initially the EU. Right now, in the media, and even on YouTube, we are bombarded with bullshit, right? With this perspective, like Ukraine is a democracy, and it's absolutely not. The Donbass and that other province have been bombarded, have been shelled with mortar grenades and snipers, since that coup in 2014, and it was a coup on a democratic elected government. What am I trying to say? It's the same enemy as always. Call it Nazi, call it the colonizer, call it Western Europe. It's the same devils, and the opposite of that is Pan-African. From the Pan-African, from the black perspective, the only thing that opposes or that should oppose is Pan-African. So Africans united. For us, the word communism should not mean anything. Choosing a party should not mean anything. Since we are the underdog, since we not yet are organized, since we not yet have something to answer to, something like NATO, since we are astray in general, just like you're saying, right? Pills to the swines. For the time being, it's better to pick the size or to support the underdog on the world stage of power. And the underdog at this moment is Russia. And Russia has always been, well, not an ally, but a tool, a stick with which we can hit back the colonizer.
Let me interject real quick. Do you think that Russia? See, the thing about it is, okay, let me ask the question first. Shout out to King Genocide, man. Appreciate you in the building, man. You know what I'm saying? If you want to jump on the panel, I know you said that next time you would, man. If you want to come on and just, speak your piece, man. Speak your piece, man. You don't have to be on topic or whatever. The topic is what it is, but it's an open topic show also. Shout out to Tanzan for coming through. Peace and power, black people for sure. Shout out to West Coast, 1980. You know what I'm saying? WM, he said that he don't want to die in the United States either. So, shout out to Aber, shout out to the people coming in. Now, so when you say that Russia is the underdog, when you say that, do you mean like the underdog far as everybody else just, kind of just talking shit about them? You get what I'm saying? That's how you feel like they're the underdog?
No, they are the underdog. What I mean. I don't say that it is the truth, but what I mean to say is that from the three powers, and that's Western Europe with their main weapon, the
Mm-hmm.
United States of America, Russia, and the Far East with the main power over there, China. For those three, Russia is the underdog, right? And there's a secret fourth power, and that's the Turks. Don't underestimate the
Oh
Turks.
yeah,
But
definitely
anyway,
not.
but
Them, you
anyway,
don't
the underdog is
underestimate
Russia.
them. Are India. But what I'm saying is, you think that Russia is number 3, so you put China over Russia.
Yes, sir.
Now, I understand why some people will put China over Russia, because China, I think Brandon was talking about this on one of his shows, that he said you have to add the economic aspect to it. So China has a lot of money, but the reason why I put Russia at number 2, because Russia is like the junkyard dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, if a war was to break out and somebody get the bomb in Russia, it is what it is. Russia, what I'm saying is that China, and far as their infrastructure, they have way more to lose in a fight than Russia do. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's so that's why I put Russia at number 2. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I think Vladimir Putin, you know what I'm saying? I think Vladimir Putin is a gangster. You know what I'm saying? Russia. Let me mute you up real quick, Judge. So let me mute you up. You got to stop playing YouTube in the background. Appreciate you coming through the show, man. You up next. But I put Russia at number 2. You know what I'm saying? Because Russia is sitting back saying, you know what? It's my turn to make a move. See, that's America and the EU want to sit up there and act like we buddy and be dropping bombs and running up and doing covert missions everywhere, while you know what I'm saying, while sitting back there playing like we all good. See, one thing that I understand about Russia, see, Russia does not speak. You don't find too many Russians that speak English, but you find a lot of Chinese people that speak English. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see a lot more Chinese businessman than you see Russian building man. Usually when you see a Russian, you see an oligarch, he's super rich. You never really see I know I have never seen the common Russian man, but I have seen a common China man washing dishes. I see him on the corner. He had the goddamn wing spot selling me a goddamn 25-piece lemon pepper, you know what I'm saying, extra sprinkles. You know what I'm saying? I see that guy. You know what I'm saying? So, far as how China promotes itself, it promotes itself more on the world stage. Russia kind of just stick to itself like a caged dog. And at the end of the day, a caged dog gonna want to release itself. At the end of the day, any power that have the ability to destroy the world, you know what I'm saying? I will put. Everybody would say that North Korea would drop a nuclear bomb that would destroy the world. I think it's Russia, because
Yes.
Russia the one. Hold on, let me finish
May
the
I
last point.
react when you're done?
Hold on,
May I
let me finish
react when you're done?
the last point. I feel like out of the 3, America, Russia, and China, if it came down to be like, you know what? Fuck it, we're gonna blow this bitch up. Fuck it, we're gonna start all the way over. I think Russia will do it first.
Russia is recuperating from a beatdown, right? When Boris Yeltsin and the other guy with the spot on his head, Gorby, they both managed the Soviet Union into pieces, Russia got a cultural, mental, whatever beat down, and
but the military,
it took so long.
See, the military still stands its ground. See,
no,
at the end of the day,
no, it took Russia, it took Putin so long to react to what's happening in the Ukraine because they were not ready. It's only
Yeah,
lately.
no,
It's
Jose, I
only
can't agree with
lately.
you on that.
It's only lately that they
I can't agree with you on
recuperated
that
their military
because
force.
hold on, Jose. The reason why I can't agree with you on that because Russia had a goddamn 150,000 people surrounded. They didn't want to. The one thing I didn't like about Russia, they didn't just bombard it. You get what I'm saying? Because they trying to still save things. So they trying to do it on or whatever. But let me tell you something about me. If I had 100,000, 150,000 troops surrounding it, you get what I'm saying? Armed to the teeth. The Ukraine don't even have 150,000 people fighting. They got grandmamas and aunties sitting up there making Molotov cocktails out of whatever. So it makes it seem like they putting up a fight. You get what I'm saying? It's no fight when you dealing with the second. Now, far as military might, Russia is second only to the United States. The only reason why I would put China up there for the economic prowess. You get what I'm saying? So I give it that, but do not let the symbolism of the few wins of 500 people. You know, at the end of the day, I was watching this movies. I was watching this on the movie Black Panther, and he was like, when it came to Wakanda Forever, and he was like, you know what I'm saying? Well, we come in here, and I think Prince Chakala or whatever his name is, the dead nigga. Oh wait, I shouldn't have said it like that. but I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, but he said that you know what. In Wakanda, you will only. I'm sorry. He said you will only get blood, and you know what the alien said? We got plenty of blood to spare.
Yeah, but
Russia. Let me finish. I'm gonna let you respond. So what I'm saying is that it's the same way how we was having this conversation on Brandon's show, and they were sitting there talking about that Vietnam, whatever. America just didn't want to demolish it. America was the one with the dropping bombs on Hiroshima. It wasn't, Japan. I mean, Vietnam or whatever. They had the same bombs that they could drop. They could have dropped nuclear bombs on Vietnam, but they chose to just drop Agent Orange. You get what I'm saying? I know I'm country, y'all, so I say the word orange instead of orange. I can say the word correct, but I'm from the country, nigga. So I'm gonna say it. I would say orange. But so what I'm saying is Russia is just taking a technical because we're in the new age where you got all these media places and all these people around, and you got safe zones and you got the media zone. This war is like reality TV. They sit around here. I know I'm long-winded. Go. How long, Josie? Go for you say that point, man.
Let me
hold on. Let me bring the new guy in here. He got some feedback. Man, let me read this thing real quick. Russia is no underdog. They're the second most powerful army. Jughead, go ahead, man. Introduce yourself, bro.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. Hustle Smart. I appreciate you allowing me into your broadcast. Welcome, Brandon. Welcome, Jose. Hustle, how did your comment your week about your insights on Brandon's show? I was so impressed, man. I subscribed straight away. This is my first time we've interacted together. You're a great mind, man. I love your insights, man. Yeah. Regarding this conversation about Russia and America. Russia are no underdogs. Russia are very powerful and have that mentality. They're warriors, man. They're hardcore. So Russia, they're hardcore. They're like white Vietnamese. They will never stop fighting. So if America and Russia go to war, my mind is on Russia. Only because of their mentality. And don't forget, Russia won the Second World War in Stalingrad. They won the war because Nazis, not Britain, not the UK, where I am, not America. Russians beat the Nazis. The Russians beat the Nazis. It's in Stalingrad. So they have a background of hardship, of indomitable will. America's a bully. Russians aren't. Russians are quiet, but they've got a very big stick.
I agree with you. Now,
yes,
this is
but they're coming back from the
Jose. You next. The only thing that I don't agree with you and appreciate you coming on the show, man. You're always welcome here, man. We show respect over here. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't no, my show ain't big enough to be all wild and crazy like Brandon's show can be sometimes, man. But he's a big dog. You know what I'm saying? Over here, man. You know what I'm saying? We show mutual respect. You know what I'm saying? If somebody interject, we do this thing where we interject to make our point, but then we pass the mic back. We don't interject to take over. So let me just interject this point to that, and I'm gonna pass it to Jose. The only reason why I can't give it to America or them in a fight is because both of them is in a position to kill everybody. So even if Russia saw America winning, Russia they both got nukes. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is both of them have nukes that can destroy whatever. They don't, like, each one of them got one nuke that could destroy, and they got 50, 60 of those type of nukes. You get what I'm saying? They got the nukes that can hit the ground and destroy it. They got the nukes that can explode in the air. So even if a missile hit it, it's already armed. They even got the missiles to where they hope you try to shoot it down, because that's what's gonna arm the warhead. So that's what I'm saying. Like, these people, they're both crazy in their own respect. But the difference is that America try to do it with swag and graciousness, and Russia is just a junkyard dog. So it doesn't look all neat and precise the way America try to make it seem like. That's why America got so much flack with the Afghan, because people just expect for it to be orderly. See, you don't expect for it to be orderly from Russia because they the junkyard dogs, but you expect for America to do shit right the first time. But go ahead, Jose, bro.
Oh, wait, let me get it.
My fault. That's right. I didn't go. So go ahead, Pan African.
Okay, so basically, Jose is just a Russia sympathizer, dude. That's all this is. This is the part that's ignorant on his part. Why would you choose a side that doesn't? Okay, if Russia lost some shit at the United States, I die, right? Because Vladimir Putin's not going to be like, yo, let me not blow these niggas up because of that one black dude who sympathizes with the plight of Russia. Same thing for a Russian in Russia. If Joe Biden decides to blow that shit up, he's not going to say, yo, there's one Russian who sympathizes with me. So I'm not going to blow these people up. The United States plays more of the PR battle. They want kind of like public sentiment to be on their side, which they're easily winning that battle, because you don't see 170, you don't see 1,700 people getting arrested in one day when they were going in Iraq, shooting shit up. But you do see Russians getting arrested. I'm not sympathizing with Russia. I'm not sympathizing with the United States of America, because if either one of them was a good guy, they would be putting a treaty in place to get rid of all their nukes and all that stuff, right? But they're not going to do that. Also, when you look at Russia, when you look at the United States of America, these are world powers. They have nuclear capability. None of them are good. They both practice imperialism. Why do you think Russia is invading Ukraine? Because they don't want the other world power being able to surround them strategically if it comes to military, if it gets to the point of like a military situation.
You're a little bit muffled, Brandon. You're a little bit muffled.
Sorry, can you hear me better now or no?
Yeah, that you better now.
Okay, so they don't want to get surrounded, right? Jose's looking at this like Russia is the victim, they're the underdog, all this stuff. Listen, bro, it's like Deontay Wilder in a boxing match. Deontay Wilder might not have the finesse of Tyson Fury, but that boy got a one-hitter quitter that makes sure he's never the underdog in any fight. He done literally knocked out everybody else and lost to Tyson Fury. That's like Russia. They might not be able to straight up beat the United States as far as like nukes, but they have a equalizer, right? They got nukes, we got nukes, all that type of stuff. And like I said before, Hustle Smart, this is just, Joseph has an issue with me because I refuse to be biased, because I refuse to sympathize with Russia. I don't give a fuck about a white person, period, in Russia, wherever. If they get blown up, I'm going to be happy that happens. These white people over there, I don't give a fuck about them either. But do I want them to get blown up? No, because if they get blown up, I get blown up. So stop trying to tell black people to sympathize with a bunch of white people who don't give a shit about them. I'm gonna tell the blacks in the UK, look, man, if it goes down, fight for the UK because that's where you dwell at. You got to support them white dudes because if they come through taking over UK, they gonna be putting a foot in your ass too. So just do what you gotta do. But you don't dwell in Russia or the United States. So I don't understand how you have all this sympathy for Russia. Oh, they're the underdogs. You gotta understand this and that. Man, last time I checked, white people stuck together. Even during the Cold War, the United States was sending billions of dollars in aid to Russia every single year, even while they was supposedly at war. Even now, they're supposedly at odds. United States is bringing 500,000 barrels of oil a day from Russia. So don't tell me to sympathize with Russia because United States and Russia are not enemies. They're working together behind the scenes and dumb people aren't paying attention. Just like China and the United States. How that's your enemy when that's your number one trade partner? All these people put on a nice pony show so they could keep all lesser groups, including blacks, under their foot. And that's what they're doing. This is a pony show. Russia's rolling out tanks, just showing you, look how powerful we are. Right? That's it. United States hasn't fired a shot.
You breaking up, Brandon.
So Ukraine is getting overwhelmed. If the United States was against Russia and they were adversaries, the United States would have already been shooting. Anywhere on earth where someone goes after democracy, United States run and jump their ass up in there and do something. They did the same shit in Iraq. They did the same shit in Afghanistan. They did the same shit in North Africa. Just stop drinking the Kool-Aid, bro. These people are all in cahoots, and I don't sympathize with none of them.
I agree with that. Let me respond back. Then I'm gonna throw it to Jose, and then Jughead. One is coming right after that. This is how I summed up what Brandon said, and this is, you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna dumb it down for a lot of y'all because I know a lot of y'all are soccer fans or whatever. Do y'all ever understand the way how they make like all the soccer teams are, you know, in the crowd they fighting each other, but you know they go to, you know, while the people in the stands fighting and killing each other and beating each other up, the owners going to their $1 billion retreats. You get what I'm saying? It's the same way in America with the NFL teams. You get the dumb people, you know what I'm saying, which is the citizen. You got the Philadelphia Eagles hate the Cowboys. You get what I'm saying? But the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles and the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, when they come in town, they eating at each other's house. You get what I'm saying? They're on the yacht together. See, they make the players, which is the slaves, you know what I'm saying? They make us hate each other, the spectators. We got to hate each other. We gonna go out and burn a jersey. Have you ever seen a Philadelphia Eagle owner burn a Dallas Cowboy jersey? Have you ever seen a Dallas Cowboy the owner of the Dallas Cowboy jersey burn a Philadelphia Eagle? These niggas are billionaires, but you'll get people that's working hourly pay. You know what I'm saying? On a forklift, standing up in the McDonald's, will sit up there and fight another person because they like the team that the owners won't even fight about. The GM, not only do the owners don't fight, the GMs don't fight. Not only the president don't fight, the vice president of marketing, they don't fight. The only people fight is the slaves.
The owner will sell our team in a second if it don't fit his financial trajectory for the next year.
In a second. So that's how they get us hyped up. That's what they do with the media. That's what we were talking about earlier about the proverb. They use the media to make it seem like, let me tell you something. When the Africans, when the Russia and all this, they got so much against each other, they ain't got them pulling, they ain't pulling Russians out the space ships, out the space center. The cosmonauts up there, they still work together. They have an underlying rapport with each other. See, they get us all hyped up with the emotions, but Russians and America need Russia. Russians need America right now. In China, they all need each other. They are a three-headed dragon. You get what I'm saying? But the media makes you separated to make you think that they're all different, so to speak. So what they do is, I'm gonna give y'all a lesson right now, black people. It's called a contingency plan. See, this is something that most black people, we don't understand because we so emotional. So we only see things as black and white. When you come to a corporation or an entity or a government, they have what you call contingency plan. That's why they have things called black ops. You know what I'm saying? To where these people, that's why the CIA don't even have to ask the president. They can go out and do covert missions. They can go topple governments, topple anything without the government. And you know what it's called? It's called plausible deniability. As long as these operatives are working in the best interest of the United States, they will not be held in no type of way responsible. That's why at the CIA, they don't even put the names up of the people that died. Because these are the people that do the dirty work and they don't have to ask nobody. See, if you go rogue in the military, they call that AWOL. But if you go rogue if you go off the grid in the CIA, they call that a covert mission. Y'all need to listen. Y'all need to understand. You need to get past the one off the black and white, strong or weak. It's so many layers to it. And right now, because one thing about, we always talk about history. One thing about the superpowers, they understand history, whatever. They got the most history of watching all type of dynasties falling. You know what I'm saying? They will never let Africa be a superpower the way it was. Never. And the only way that Africa could become a superpower if it became a nuclear war. See, the thing about it is some people are good at what they call jungle warfare. Jungle warfare. See, Africa would be a
guerrilla warfare.
Huh?
Guerrilla warfare.
Guerrilla warfare. See, that's what it is. So, see, the thing that keeps Africa down, it's not innovative enough to compete with militarily. You know what I'm saying? But say if it's a Russia and America drop bombs on each other and bring it back down to sticks and stones and guerrilla warfare, Africa would rise up. They don't want to let that shit happen. You get what I'm saying? Like the America and Russia is used to having 100-pound packs on their body. You know, all type of parachute equipment, all type of laser technology runs there. If it broke down to one-on-one combat, when you got these motherfucking Africans running around here with banana leaves on their ass with a goddamn knife or machete, they would win that battle. So y'all got to think on that level. So even though they acting like America's like, yeah, we'll do this and we'll do this and do that, they know that, you know what, we white as fuck. And we can't fight out there in the goddamn 103 degrees temperature. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason why we bought these niggas over here on these boats. You get what I'm saying? It's because these niggas skin can repel the sun. You know what I'm saying? Yes. They just don't make niggas like that no more. Our skin can't stand that. So long as the technology generation, these are the three superpowers. They can't let it get to nuclear war, because if it happens and they destroy each other, then Africa would rise up. All these other countries like that would rise up, and they would not let that. Hold on, before I continue out, let me read a couple of these. It go to you.
And it was
Judge,
my
after I read this. Jose, my fault. I missed a lot. Just checking in. Shout out to you, Amaru Netter coming in here. EMP will destroy us. True. Simp Police, that's me, baby. Hustle Smart and the Pound of Peace. Shout out to Brother Bakari that want my refrigerator freezer. And y'all, Brother Bakari got a channel. You know what I'm saying? He put out good content. Y'all go there, subscribe to the brother and support. If Putin send nukes this way, I won't even be mad at him. I feel you. Hold on, I ain't see Tanzan. I'm here running my mouth. I ain't even see Tanzan on, man. My fault. So West Coast, shout out to you, Den Elga, and that sound like a troll or whatever. Brother Bakari in the building. Exactly. A strong West and a strong Africa cannot exist. Exactly. So shout out to Shout out to Tanzan just coming on. Let me throw it to Jose Bruns. Then Jughead is up next. You know what I'm saying? Then we're gonna go to Tanzan. And welcome to the show, man. Go ahead and take it away, Jose Brun.
Yes, greetings, brother Bakari. But let me react to Brandon. Actually, I can say, watch the video back. There was no sympathy for Russians. I didn't explain our position, our nothing position, for nothing.
Yeah, that was just his interpretation. That's his interpretation. But go ahead.
We don't have a seat on the world stage of power, so we have to support the Russians in their. We don't have to. Sorry, we don't have to. But looking at the history, you know what? Watch it back. Watch the video back. What I want to respond to Brandon is we have to understand propaganda, and again, we only understand weaponry against each other, because what Brandon just did was derail what I just said. So I'm gonna keep it to watch it back, what I said, and don't listen to what Brandon tried to put in my mouth. I wasn't sympathizing anybody. I was realistic about our Pan-African position on the world stage of power, which is 0. So our dog in the fight is Russia. Russia did not stay. So Russia. The status quo, or what everyone wants to believe in the West. May I remind you, what everyone in the West believes, thanks to Western propaganda, is that Russia is as imperialistic as the West. Russia has lost a lot of countries to NATO. Russia has even lost countries to the European community, right? So Russia indeed is the underdog, because they are coming back from a severe beatdown, a financial beatdown, or whatever. It's only lately that they have renovated their military might. It's only lately that the salaries of their soldier has been raised, and the 150,000 that they had prepared was not for Ukraine. It was for the EU, because it's the EU in Ukraine. It's the EU that did the coup in 2014 again. But just rewind when this stream is over. Just listen to what I said the first time, and it's not what Brandon said. It's what
hold on for a second. Like Brandon is gone now, so let me interject this. I know for a fact that's not what you say. Hold on for a second. Let me interject, because he's not here he ain't here to defend himself. So that's something that I don't do. But I'll say this: you did not say that you was a Russian sympathizer, so I'll say that. You get what I'm saying? And that was his interpretation.
I was realistic about our position.
I understand. Let me put it. Hold on, Jose. Let me help you. So I understand what you're saying. So that's not I'm saying it. So anybody that's listening, that's not what Jose said. That was Pan-African strike back. That was an interpretation. That Jose
also smart. Also smart.
Go ahead.
May I add something to it?
Go ahead, my brother.
I want to emphasize the propaganda factor. So what happened was a piece of propaganda. What Brandon did, and I want to.
See that? I can't let you do that. Hold on, I can't let you do that. Listen, Jose. Hold on. What you said? If the person is not here,
come back and listen to this. I want Brandon to come back.
Jose, you can't just listen
to this.
Jose, hold on, because he ain't even listening. He just talking. You can't get to the point that you can't listen. What I'm saying is, if the person is not there to defend themselves, you just got to stop at that point. You just got to hold your point.
But I can shout something and run. I can shout something and
I
wrong
understand
too.
that. I ain't saying that's right or wrong, but people do it,
Okay,
all the time.
let me put it
Go ahead.
objective then. Let me explain it objective, because there's something that we don't understand, and that's propaganda. On the schoolyard, there's also propaganda. When you can set up people against a certain bullies. There are bullies that hit their victims, and there are bullies that scrutinize the image of their victim, right? And that's also propaganda. It's warfare. Right now, we are making a stream on YouTube for the world to see, right? So I am conscious. When I hop onto a stream, I am conscious about what I do, right? So just yet I mentioned the name of someone that is not present anymore, but it was with the intention to explain what happened propaganda wise. Right?
Understand. Okay, hold on. Let move it along, man. You gonna get to another turn, man. Let's go to Jughead, man. Go ahead, man.
I'm off. I'm leaving. I'm gone. Thanks for having me.
No problem, man. You know you're welcome here anytime, my brother. Go ahead, Jug.
Thank you, Hustle. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Hustle, my brother.
You next, Tanzan. You next after Jug.
Yeah, but if I talk fast, tell me to slow down, okay? I'm not in the UK. I'm talking to American.
No, man, just speak your piece, man. One thing we don't do over here, we don't apologize for nothing. You be how you are and talk how you talk, man. Everybody else is gonna understand, man. We got to catch up over here, bro. Go ahead, talk your shit.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, 3 points to make. I'll keep it short and concise. Regarding the Africa situation about Africa being superpower, we can, but the problem is our leaders are cowards. Africa's one major problem. Our leaders are retarded, spineless, cowardly scum. I hate their guts. I despise them. If you look at Libya right now, Africans have been sold into slavery in 2022. What are the leaders doing? Nothing. It's an embarrassment. They're an embarrassment. So the problem is the misleadership in Africa. Not that we can't be superpower. We have the resources and intelligence, but our leaders are corrupt, cowardly, spineless scum. We have no empathy for the people. That's the problem. Hustle Smart. We have no leaders. The few that died, Thomas Sankara, Gaddafi, even as an Arab, and Mugabe, who died 3 years ago of old age. The last few good leaders we had. In the 60s, we had Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, but that's decades ago. Recently, we've had all the leaders are all cowards. That's a problem. No leadership. And number two, I will say for African Americans, you guys, Black Americans, are best blacks in the world the last 200 years. You most progressive, most dynamic, the most, as a fact, African Americans have done more in the last 200 years than any other blacks on the planet. As a fact, in science, innovation, business. Look at you guys, Thomas, Benjamin Benneker, Lewis Latimer, George Washington Carver. All of you guys, I go on and on. Well, Malcolm X, Dr. King, Medgar Evers. Things you've done to progress black people has been tremendous. But so, if we brought you back to Africa in low numbers, Africa would thrive. Because you guys are special. You guys, African Americans, there's something about you that's special. I'm not saying, and there's something about you that's special because to do what you've done behind enemy lines and that oppression for 400 years is incredible. Possible. Can you imagine if you given your reparations and after slavery and then left you alone? Can you imagine what you would have achieved? See, white Americans, they've done you bad and themselves because if they had left you alone and paid your reparations, America would be in the moon up to the stars by now, and you'd have brought them there because you guys are special. But because they're so dumb and myopic, they hold themselves back. That's what Americans do.
Let me interject on that second point. I like what you said. Excuse me.
It's the truth.
The reason why they would never give us anything because at the point, just like you said, we're black people in America shine the brightest out of all black people, right?
It's a fact.
Now, What if they gave us $100 trillion? That means that it would be 42 million leaders over here. You get what I'm saying? See, they don't never want that. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm telling you what they call a contingency plan. That's like you have to play chess. Like the game of chess is the best game ever because it's moves and counter moves. They could never put black people that already has the swag, has the notoriety, has the talk game, has everything, and to make them richer than any other black people in the world. You get what I'm saying? So if something was to break off, you know what I'm saying? Africans would automatically be like, okay, these Black America, they got the money, they got everything, whatever. We would mobilize them. They don't want us to mobilize them. That's why they keep us fighting against each other. That's why they keep us arguing with each other. That's why they keep us hating on each other. That's why they keep us killing each other. That's why they keep us selling drugs to each other. This is why the title in the show is so prevalent. We are entitled in the United States. You get what I'm saying? We don't even have the luxury to be naive. Africans have the luxury to be naive because it's not immediate repercussion. If Brother Bakari goes somewhere in the wrong neighborhood, or not even the wrong neighborhood, just in Atlanta in general, being naive, his life can be taken. You get what I'm saying? But you can be naive in Africa because it's laid back. You get what I'm saying? You're not in the belly of the beast. So I'm with you on that point, but I'm just trying to explain to interject that point of why they would never give us. Not the America is fine being the leader of having the dollar being the number one thing written on the gold standard. They fine with that. They don't need no more money because at the end of the day, let me explain something to you, Mr. Jug. If all of the money and all of the gold burn up, does the aircraft carriers that carry warplanes, does it still work?
Yes.
Does the tanks run off of money or gold?
Well, neither. I mean,
it don't run off of that. So what I'm trying to say is that the money is the illusion. That's to keep people enslaved. Money is the illusion. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people call it the root of evil. No, it's just an illusion. Let me say these nuclear power plants and these plants that make nuclear weapon, regardless if they don't make a paycheck or not, you have some people just have to work regardless. You know what I'm saying? They have this thing even with transportation with us. If the government deem us essential, not to the point like the COVID, we would still have to work. You know what I'm saying? They would put it to the point that nothing could be taken from us and we would get food, we would get rations, but some of us, we would have to work because money don't exist. The money part is a capitalistic thing and it's the standard, it's the gold standard. But so they want to keep that going. But go ahead and make your third point, bro, so I can pass it to Tanzan.
Thank you, sir. I'll keep it short. Yeah, this is why I love Malcolm X, because Malcolm is one of my heroes, because I'll tell you why. When Malcolm was dispelled from the nation, I think 63, he was put to work. It was like reparations decades before any of us was conceived. He went after Ghana, Nigeria, Algeria, Egypt, trying to protect African Americans. When did that? He said his death for him. When the white Americans saw Malcolm X trying to bring Africans and Americans together, he thought, whoa, we got to kill this nigga. This guy's getting too serious. With your ingenuity and our resources, for white people would have finished. Can you imagine that, Pastor Smart? The ingenuity that you guys have with our resources, it's over. That's why Malcolm had to die. That's why they killed him, because he had a vision, Malcolm. Malcolm was decades ahead of his. Malcolm was a titan. He was ahead of his time by decades. And when he came to America with no protection, he started his death warrants. Bringing Africa together, bringing Nasser of Egypt, Ezekiel of Nigeria, Nkrumah of Ghana, Ben Bella of Algeria, King Faisal of Saudi Arabia, to help, bring up the vision of a Pan-African, Pan-American agenda. Yet he had to die. All
right, Jill. Let me say this. Don't you know what? You're cool to make how many points you want to, but listen. I don't run a short show. This show go on, man. You get what I'm saying? So don't give too much. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about these black folks. These black folks are slow as fuck. You get what I'm saying? You don't gave them 3 points and they don't even remember the first one. You know what I'm saying? So just, you know what I'm saying? Just slow it down for them a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I agree with everything you just said. You get what I'm saying? Slow it down for these black folks, man. Cause you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You have to spoon feed them like babies sometimes, man. Too much information, they get crazy, man. So don't go nowhere unless you finna jump off the panel. If you finna jump off the panel, let you go ahead. But if you're gonna stay, you know what I'm saying, just stay around and I'm gonna bring it back to you, man. And you can go ahead and drop some more knowledge for the people, man. Shout out to Jughead One. This is the first time on the show. Shout out to Brother Bakari. This is first time on the show. Shout out to Tanzan. This is he or she first time on the show. So I'm gonna go ahead and let Mike is muted. I'm muted. Go ahead, Tanzan.
Peace and thank you for having me.
Oh, it's a female. Shout out. What's going on?
Yes, I don't have much to say about the whole thing that's going on, except to say, well, it's that old proverb. I think everybody knows it. You know, when elephants fight, I can't remember if it's the ants that get crushed. So I think that right now we're not really in a position to sway things either way, and maybe the best thing when the wolves are fighting, we should go over and start, you know, uniting, because every time, you know, something happens, it takes our attention away from what we need to do. And a lot of the times when we try to do something, there's always interference. Well, right now that interference is being distracted for a little bit. So it should be like a little breather for us, you know, to finally, you know, come together and start doing the things that we've always said we want to do, but we cannot do because somebody's always, you know, over us.
But let me ask you a question though, Taz, and let me tell you something. On my channel, even though the topic is the topic we'll talk about, you're welcome to branch off and talk about. Believe me, you know what I'm saying. A closed-minded view will never reach everybody. So you can spark something. If you got another topic or you got something that you want to say, even though my topic is the topic, it still is an open show. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about, because I go off the rail or whatever. So I just want to let you know that you're not just stuck in the realm of what the person said before you or the topic of the show. But let me ask you a question though, off of what you just said.
Yes.
Do you think that the Western media have us so gone like a reality show that we're so captivated by what's going on that it make us not want to do nothing? Like have us sitting at the edge of our seat waiting to see the next story.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. Yes, exactly.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you on the show. You know, you stay around. You don't have to jump off. You know what I'm saying? We love to have a female on the show. You know what I'm saying? To voice her opinion, to see a different have a different opinion, different aspect. Shout out to Brother Bakari. Unmute your mic, my brother. I ain't gonna try to pronounce what it is. I'm gonna let you say what it is. You know what I'm saying? So,
it's Entwa de Mela, he who greets with fire. That's why he who greets with fire.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say what it means. You know what I'm saying? He who greets with fire. I'll let you say the other word. You know what I'm saying? My country dialect ain't gonna make me say that. You know. But hey, go ahead, my brother.
I'm glad to be on your panel, man. Peace, Jughead and Tanzan. How you doing? Peace to the chat. You know what?
Peace to you, sir. Peace to you.
Thank you. Peace.
I've been listening, and we're talking about. I don't know. I heard someone mention, because I came in a little late, not at the beginning. Russia. I'm not worried about Russia or Ukraine. That's a tribal war, as far as I'm concerned. Those are
they can kill each other all they want to.
Yep. See, while they're killing each other, and we were in this process, and since we so far behind, while they're killing each other, we need to be working on trying to build ourselves up.
Preach.
Remember, about less than a year ago, a little bit less than a year ago, when all of these so-called superpowers, China, India, I want to say Russia, I can't even remember. They was getting out there in the South China Sea with their navy, talking about who's going to have Taiwan, the U.S. Remember all that?
Those trading routes. Yeah, I remember that.
Now watch this. What people didn't have nobody out there? Black people. Now they fighting in Russia and Ukraine, and we have to choose sides. When are we going to get tired of trying to see which white person, and I'm including them Chinese in there, which white person is going to be best for us? When are we going to realize that it's time for us to start building and realize that we are what's best for us? Ain't nobody going to do us nothing. Ain't nobody going to give us nothing. I know they got a whole reparations movement, but ain't nobody giving us nothing. If we don't build it, if we don't do it for ourselves, it will not get done. Even down when the brother was talking, and I agree about those crooked African leaders, right? And how they'll come in colonialism, all in Africa, right? Let me speed up so I can get through this. We colonized in America too. What's the purpose of colonizing? To take your resources. That's really to control you, right? Come to a black community and look at all those Arabs, East Indians, and Orientals. They come in. Our community is colonized. We don't control nothing here either. The media is something that was good that we could have used to build us up. America has the biggest media in the world. White folks did it for themselves to prop themselves up. In the process, they did it to put us down, but if one mistake they made by constantly putting us on there to try to put us down, our people from around the world was willing to connect with us. But we don't understand how we could have used that media to connect. Now we don't understand how we should be using social media. Pan-Africanism Strike Back does, Afro Think Tank does, Hustle Smart, Dynasty. I do. How we should be using this to connect so we can start trying to build. I'm tired of sitting back waiting on them to do something for us. I'm tired of sitting back complaining about how, look what they did for the Chinese. Look what they did for the Mexicans. They don't do that for us. No, they don't like your ass. When we gonna figure that out? How many years before we realize they don't like us? We wasn't supposed to be here. No, they not gonna do it for you. You understand? So we have to do it. This is our time right now while we are still fighting. I yield the mic.
Now, let me piggyback on that before I throw it back to Jughead. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't meant to survive slavery. They're playing after slavery because they thought that, look, we don't bred all these black people 6 foot strong as an ox. You know what I'm saying? The average black person 5'8" to 6 feet. You know what I'm saying? Like these, like we can't fight them. You know what I'm saying? At that time, they didn't have the nuclear. It was no such thing as nuclear capability. They had none of that. So, you know, they thought that we was gonna get free and thought we was gonna have some crook in our system. White people were shocked, Miss Tanzan. White people were shocked, Mr. Jughead. White people were shocked, Mr. Brother Bakari, how black people, instead of trying to get away from the oppressor, that they was trying to find out how they can assimilate, how they can get along. Like that shit. I couldn't imagine being back there to the point that to watch what white people did to us for 400 years, and then it's up to me. It's up to me, the slave, to try to figure out how I can get along with you. That's the sickness in us. You get what I'm saying? It's the sickness in us that still today that we trying to figure out what can we do to get a fucking white person's attention. How we can get some type of grace to just to see a white person smile at us. The list that we go out, set out to do while we sit up. Like if y'all didn't listen to Brandon's show today, you get what I'm saying? And y'all didn't watch the show today, you know what I'm saying? All I did was I was happy about what I done been through in life. And some black people will take that to the point that I should be robbed. That somebody should take something from me. Not another white person, another black person. Not try to figure out how they can get it with me, Brother Bakari. Not try to figure out, ask me some questions on what routes and what channels to go through, Mr. Jughead. You know what I'm saying? Not find out what type of interest rate I got for my house, Miss Tanzan. The first thing another brother would talk about is how I deserve for it to be took. That's how sick we are as a people. That's why I say we're doomed. That's why I say 85% of black people are fuck niggas. And I ain't talking about goddamn black people in the United States. I'm talking about the original fuck nigga, and those are the niggas in Africa. Because the Africans, when the white people came over there on the slave ship, it was now don't get me wrong. Let me put this out here. I know that they came over there and they bought us. I know they stole some of us, but it was Africans a part of the goddamn shit too. And being white people being the way they are, they were like, nigga, I appreciate you helping me steal these niggas from the Ooga Booga tribe, but you know what? I want to take you too. So even on that ship that came over here from Africa, it was still goddamn slave catchers. So those slave catchers, we call them slavers in the South, we still though we had slave catchers at the bottom of the boat too. They goddamn made it. They fucked chicks and had babies. You get what I'm saying? The DNA, see, whatever's in my DNA will not let me turn a black person over to a white person, no matter what. It is nothing that a white person could offer me right now to be like, hey, you know, Brother Bakari, let me offer you $1 billion, man. You know what I'm saying? Tell me where he live at. I'll be like, man, look, I got to go to work. See, I'm a different type of black person. It ain't no amount of money that would make me turn on Brother Bakari, regardless if it don't make me $1 or not. But you got black people that see another brother's life as has a price on it. I don't see another brother's life with a price on it. I think that our life and our DNA is precious. That's why I said before that I don't think nobody is better than us. And I'm one of the ones that I don't feel like nobody is smarter than me. I know it's a lot of people that's intellectual savvy, but I don't think that nobody is smarter than me. Nobody. And where I'm gonna give my type of boisterous nature with, I'm gonna do it for my people. So if I think I'm a smartest person in the motherfucking world, they're gonna translate to my kids. My kids gonna see that arrogance. Not arrogance with stupidity. They're gonna see the arrogance, the way how I operate. They're going to see it the way I make my bank transaction. They're going to see the way that how I save money. They're not going to see me struggle. They're not going to hear me talking about, I'm going to fall down on my knees and pray, and then I'm going to hope for a better day. They're not going to hear me talk about, well, you know what? I got to wait the tax season so I can buy me a car. That conversation that they're not going to hear from me. But it's plenty other black people that talk like that. Because they're sitting around waiting for somebody to give them. As long as you waiting for your oppressor to feed you, you will always be his bitch. And then you'll look for favor to get extra butter biscuits. Because you want to be the first in line when he start giving out trinkets. It's the same way in Africa. That's why I say that Africa is the Africans. They are the original fuck niggas. We are the descendants of them. You get what I'm saying? Now, not all of them. I'm talking about the ones that was goddamn rounding up other black people for white people. These are. Let me make that point clear. Any African or black American here that will turn on each other for a white person is a fuck nigga, and he does not deserve to live. He is a waste of breath. It is something special about us. And the sad part is we don't see it. It's the point that even our women, it's something special about them, but they'll try to resort to changing things about themselves to assimilate to white folks. That's not queen behavior, shorty. That's hoe behavior. That's Jezebel behavior. And the men that sit up there support that Jezebel behavior because it looks good, because it smells good, because it tastes good, you're worse than the females. because she's leading you astray based on her sexuality, based on her fineness. So therefore, where have that came about with us? We're hypersexual like a motherfucker. All we talk about is fuck, 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 lit, 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 dance, 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 club, 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 party, party, party. But you know what them white people talk about? Hey, let's figure out how we can build another plane that's better than the one we built last year. Hey, let's build another aircraft carrier better than the one we built. You know that submarine in the underwater? We want to build another one that can stay underwater longer. You know that tanks that we got, you know what I'm saying? You know how they can run for like 60 miles an hour? Let's get these tanks up to 70 miles an hour. We got to raise our level up as thinking black people. We thinking on some goddamn caveman type shit. See what female we can stick our dick in, and females sitting up there talking about how fat they ass is. That's all we talk about. As a majority, we have a few people, a few that's business minded, but the most of it, you can see it on social media all around. We as black people base everything on how something look. White people don't give a fuck. That's why you can walk in a Walmart or a grocery store, McDonald's. You can be standing next to a billionaire. You won't even know he a billionaire. But let a black person get their tax money. You know what I'm saying? They got 6 cell phones and goddamn some gold teeth in their mouth. Because we want to look like we're rich. White people want to control their wealth. We don't want to control our wealth because on Friday, Brother Bakari, we can't wait to see how much money we got that we can spend. To give away.
Friday, that just got paid. Remember that song?
Just got paid. Friday night. Party jumping. That's like we love that shit. But let me pass the mic to Jughead, man. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, my brother.
Thank you, sir. Hustle Smart. Everything you said was on point, 200%, and I agree with you. But let me tell you something, brother. I'm born in the UK, bred from Nigerian parentage, and I'm not offended about what you said. I'll tell you why. First of all, I was in the chat this afternoon in the cafe when Ben, I think it was Ben was going for you on your house. I think it was Ben. Someone was giving you grief about your house. A great house, by the way. I was proud of you. You've done well. You come out of prison and you've excelled. That's it. That's in your genetics. It shows how great you are because that's in every one of us. But you realise that most of us don't. Number two, Ben last week has something that Ben's an arrogant man, but I understand why. Because you African Americans, let me give you an analogy. Imagine if you're a parent, your child's kidnapped, taken to another house. You know where they are, but you don't comfort them. When that child grows up, they're going to be pissed. They're going to be pissed, aren't they? That's how you are. Because since independence, Africa's been independent. We're not coming after you. We know that's wrong because in 75 decades, we've got one black China, one black South Korea, one black nation that's powerful and developed. That's a disgrace. That's a disgrace. You're right, Smart. We are the fuck niggas because we're on our land with the resources. We should be leading the way. I find that we're not. Is a disgrace. I have no problem saying that because it's the truth. I'm committed to the truth, not bullshit. We've let you down. We let ourselves down because so after give us up. Nigeria independence at 1960. That's 6 decades ago. Where's our space program? Where are our nukes? Where's our black Microsoft? Our black Apple? Where are our conglomerates? It's a disgrace. Nigeria should be like Dubai times 10. With our resources. But because of Carolyn's leadership, we're not there. But it will change. And the third point, like I said before, Apostle Smart, African Americans, I think you're the tip of the spear. I'm not putting all the pressure on you, but if we offer you land, which we should do, and put you home, at least offer you citizenship, I give you land, Africa will excel because of your mindset, with your ingenuity, with our resources, Africa will excel. But obviously, the Europeans don't want that because that means they're end because they live with our resources. They're parasites. With our resources, they can never survive. The parasites, look at them in New Zealand, Stolen Land, Tasmania, stolen land. Australia, America, Canada, all stolen land. The original parasites. Without our resources, they will last 2 weeks. But but how the future is what Africans connected with African Black Americans, people in the Caribbean, making that connection. Now those connections, it will change. Trust me, it will change. I'm optimistic. You say we hope. I disagree. There is hope because the fact that we're talking now in the different parts of the globe, connecting, making connections, being positive vibes. That's good. That's a good thing. This is just the start. Hustle Smart. This is a start. Trust me.
Appreciate that, man. Don't go nowhere, man. Unmute your mic, Tanzan. Come on and give that female perspective.
Yes. What I would like to say. Oh, and thank you for letting me know I can go off topic a little bit, but I'll try to stay within it. What I wanted to say in regards to what Mr. Hasselschmidt says in regards to the Africans, I do agree. I also want to add the caveat that for me, when I see Black Americans, I see the best that Africa could be, and the worst of us, because everything that Black Americans are going through, the negative aspects of it, because I understand that one can go on the good side and say all the positive things, the Malcolm X, MLK, and so on. At the same time, you can look at the current state of the culture. Sometimes it's not very appealing. But in regards to those things, I think that Africa needs to admit its sin of slavery, because it doesn't matter why it happened. Nobody should have done that. There's no excuse for it. There's no justification for it, whether it was tribalism, whether it was internal conflict, and so on. And there's no way that it should have gone on for as long as it did. So yes, Africans do have to come to terms with that, and apologize for it. So because most of the aspects that we have in Africa, it is because of our selling each other. We are still doing that to this day. It's not just the leaders, it's also the people. The leaders are just the worst aspects of some of the attributes of the people. People are corrupt from the bottom to the top, and most of the time it's just the accepted way of life. Another thing I would like to say when it comes to the docility, I think that we Africans, we want to hold on like we have lost everything, in the competition for life, for resources, I would say. And so we want to hold on to the one thing that still upholds us above the other people, and that is to say, oh, we are still moral, we are still, the good people. We can get hurt and we'll still forgive, and so on and so forth. But we only do that when it comes to dealing with other people, and yet when we turn to deal with ourselves, we really are the worst to each other. So this idea of docility and love, it only seems to apply, to other people, and then when we look at ourselves, we just turn against each other.
It makes us look fake. It makes us look two-faced. If we can, Brother Bakari, if we can judge everybody but shit on each other, ain't that being two-faced, my brother?
Absolutely.
It's retarded. Sorry.
That is two-faced, man. But Jughead, where you from, my brother?
UK via Nigeria. My parents from Nigeria. But I was born there, but I consider myself Nigerian at loyalty. I'm born in the UK, Nigerian parentage.
Nigerian parent. What part of Nigeria are they from?
Delta State, the South.
Delta State. That's what's up. Tanzan, where you from?
Kenya.
And where you at right now?
California.
That's what's up. What part?
Southern
California. That's what's up. Brother Bakari, where you from?
I'm from Mississippi, but I'm in the A right now. I'm right up from Bankhead.
Quick letter. I hump that. Okay, man, my fault now. My fault. Go ahead. Come on, Brother Bakari, can you please? Because a lot of black people always talk about I'm the doom and gloom guy, but the reason why I say we're doom and gloom, what we're doomed, is because one thing about white people, even though they don't like each other, what I'm saying is that, let me explain it like this. Let's say, for instance, if a rich white boy go in a redneck bar, you know what I'm saying? All the rednecks will be sitting up there like, look at the old rich boy, you know, whatever. But say if it's that rich boy be like, you know what? I'm bringing a business to this area. You know what I'm saying? Who wants to break ground and get it started with me? See, even the dumb rednecks, we talking about the dumb redneck banging each other's sister, whatever we want to call them, to make jokes on them. One thing about them, they like, well, shit, I can get my brother a job, I can get my sister a job, I can get their brother a job. We can all work. They will still try to build up their area because they take pride in their area. We can think they backwoods, stinking, nasty, all we want to, but they take pride in their area. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, Brother Bakari, how can we go anywhere as Black people where we don't respect our elite Black people, to the point that these Black people sitting on all this money, they don't want to open up no business to try to help Black people, because it'll be some Black people to sit out there trying to rob them and kill them, trying to find out where they live at. So how can we thrive being two-faced people?
You know what? It's hard to thrive being two-faced people. I'm gonna tell you what I learned. Shit, I don't turn fit, man. I try to get away from it, man. I want to deal with people. I try to deal with people who doing something and going positive, right? Even we can sit here and we'll say entertainers and athletes, people with the money, they ain't thinking about those Black people ain't thinking about us, right? But once again, it's back to how powerful social media is. If I had that type of money and you hear all these Black people, ain't no need to play football. We don't need no more football. We don't need no more basketball. Only thing you can do is think to talk negative of everything that they do and how they made their money, especially if they're doing nothing wrong. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Why would I want to come and be around you? You have nothing positive for me. So why should I want to help you? It's hard to do because that's two-faced. Because these same people that sit and talk about them, if they see them want to rush, let me take a picture with you.
Yeah.
Let me get your autograph. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
Brother Bakari, even get mad if the brother don't want to take a picture with him.
After they done said on YouTube and shitted on them for 2 hours.
You know what? This is the funny thing, Brother Bakari, and I want you to finish. I want to interject this point. Black people always talk about money ain't everything until they want to goddamn beg, but while at the same time begging white folks to cut a check. It's amazing how broke people, because believe me, my Bank of America account shows me what the power of money can do. You get what I'm saying? See, I understand to where a person that's sitting back waiting for the government to give them something, or they just living to survive day to day, or they living check to check. I understand that, because it's just a lazy mentality we have. We don't like to take, before you jumped on the show, Brother Bakari, I made this statement that I said that the difference between Black people and white people, for the most part, is that white people will jump out on a limb, risk their life for the betterment of their family and their environment. Black people, we don't do that. We're going to play the safe role. If we got $100 in our pocket, we're not going to bet that $100 on a business. White people will go broke trying to create generational wealth. You get what I'm saying?
You're absolutely correct.
That's the difference between them and us, and that's where our brains plateau at. See, our brains plateau at a certain level. Let me give y'all another example. When these white people are building these skyscrapers, they digging 40 to 50 feet down. Then they put steel down now and reinforce that before they even start thinking about building up. You get what I'm saying? Because they're not thinking about from the ground to over their head. They're trying to, their thought process is looking so far up to the point where they can't see. We as Black people, we have been accustomed, we have been trained to look at what we can see. So we only build 1 story, 2 stories at the most. That's what we do. So even when you look at Africa, the way how Africa is set up, you know what I'm saying? It's not the people not everybody that's building the skyscrapers or the building is somebody from another nationality.
Yep. Hey, you said let me say this right quick.
Go ahead, brother.
Watch this, right? And we had this conversation the other day, and I was showing some people because if you go back and study Angola, right? Look and see how Angola had took so much control over Portugal. Portugal threatened to go to the World Court saying recolonization, right? They was owning everything, the skyscrapers and everything, right? Go just look it up. But they didn't put nothing, they didn't build nothing in Angola. They allowed the Chinese to come over there and start building in Angola. Everything they got, they just went and built for the people that colonized them, enslaved, snatched our people from there and brought them here. Those are the people they build up once they got strength and power. They didn't do nothing in their own country, bruh. How crazy is that? You leave your people struggling, and take your money and build up the banks and build up the country of the people who have humiliated you, who have humiliated your distant relatives for hundreds of years, came and pillaged, raped, robbed. You didn't do nothing for your people in your country. The Chinese had to come in. It's not an African American thing. It's a Black thing. Something wrong with us, man.
I'm telling you, it's something that's mentally wrong with it. That's why I made the show, and I'm gonna do a part 2 that how Black people in general all over was the perfect slave out of all the people. I'm talking about from the history of AD, BC, whatever the fuck how you want to say it. All the people that have been enslaved by a group of people, the Black person is the only one that talks about coming out of a slave mentality, but the only one that's still claiming that they have a slave mentality. At the same, Black people are the only people that don't want to be a slave, but still complain about having a slave mentality. We're the only group of people. You get what I'm saying? Every other group of people have learned how to work with each other and be like, yo, we was all slaves. Yeah, we were destitute, whatever. Let us work together. We got to evolve. I know we used to be in power. I know that we used to be the Persian kingdom. I know we used to be the German power, but we're not that no more. So what do we do next? Black people are the only people that talk about we kings and queens and still calling each other kings and queens instead of goddamn innovating out of the situation we in.
Yeah,
but me calling let me say no, go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
Watch this. Even today on that panel at the end, right? When Brandon was talking about Pan-Africanism and how building in Africa would be good. Did you hear what the dude Ben said? Yeah, we could go to Africa and do that, but we got to do it to bring it back to build America. What the? You can't worry about them. What the hell? America ain't thought about your Black ass.
What can we build in America that's gonna that's gonna overshoot what white people already done built 50, 100 stories up in there? What the fuck we gonna build?
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? So
but
the only people that can be impressed on what we can build is in Africa. We can't build shit. We can't build shit here that's gonna compete with what they did. We're 300-400 years behind white people. But what we can do is we can take our talents to what we have developed from being in the belly of the beast and go over there and teach the naive Africans. That's why I labeled the show like I labeled naive Africans and entitled Americans, because Africans are naive.
Yeah, but I'm going
to go to you next, Joe. The reason why Africans can be naive because of the weather. I mean, of the temperature of the country. You get what I'm saying? We live in a fucked up temperature, kill or be killed in America. You get what I'm saying? So by that, we're entitled because white people oppress us, but then they give us little things. You know what I'm saying? And Africa is more lackadaisical. You know, they even got a term called African time. We don't have nothing in America called American time. In America, it's on time or you late. In Africa, it's African time. So what I'm saying is Africans are allowed to be naive, but we're entitled to the point that we think that somebody's going to give us something, goddamn, and we don't have nothing to offer. Only thing we have to offer them, all we do for white people is fill up their prisons and fill up their morgues and they goddamn in the defect office and whatever. That's all we do. We don't do nothing significant enough for them to keep us around. They can't wait for the Mexicans to come up to par. And let me tell y'all black people something. If I had the choice of hiring 50 people, goddamn 45 of them would be Latinos. I would still hire 5 blacks because the 5 blacks, when they get with the Latinos, they're going to follow their work ethic. And I'll be the first one to tell you because I don't see it firsthand. Latinos people work together. When you see them Latinos on lunch break, one is bringing the chapatis. One is bringing the onions. One is bringing the meat. One is bringing the peppers. They all sit together and eat, regardless if they get along or not. Because they understand that it's strength in numbers. We talk that strength in numbers, but we don't got them participate in it. We just sound good. And that's why I say all the time that black people, we are the kings and queens of quotes. Blessed by the best. Won't he do it? Fix it, Jesus. The Holy Spirit whisperer. We got all these stupid quotes. But all them Latinos is sticking together. Go ahead, Jughead.
And they buy their breakfast from that Mexican woman in the morning. They don't buy
you know they do.
They don't
she got that little bucket with the blanket on a towel over it.
She is out there every morning, don't care which racetrack you go to. They got their vans and a name on it. And that's who them Hispanics shopping with, buying their breakfast from. Only thing they ain't got is coffee.
That's it. Go ahead, Jughead.
Thank you, sir. I'll keep it short, then I'm going to have to leave. Yeah, Smart, you're right. But I think you're too polite, you know. Africa, we're not naive. We're damn retarded. But see, let me tell you something now. I'm going to say something. Yeah, I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you the truth because I'll tell you something now which will shock you. See, my fellow Nigerians been treated badly in Ukraine. I'm glad. I'll tell you why. When I was growing up in the teenage 80s, I want Africans to must unite. They said, no, Jeff, no, Jeff, we don't need to unite. We're this. They'd always argue against me about Pan-Africanism. I said, look, if we don't get powerful now, we'll be wiped out. They can take our land. They said, no, Jeff, you're too rubbish. Look what's happening now. Because they know we're weak and cowardly, that's what we're being mistreated. Look at Libya now. Africans from Senegal, Gambia, Ghana, so we're sold in 21st century. Why? Because we're weak. That's a disgrace. How can you be a black person and be sold last time out of a store in 2022? Because you're poor, cowardly, and weak. That's because we don't have strong nations. I warned my fellow Nigerians years ago, that if we don't power ourselves, we're going to be disgraced. Now, what's happened now in Ukraine? Good. Have to wait for it. If you don't listen to words, then you must feel. If you don't listen, then you must feel. So what's happened to Nigeria and Ukrainians? Good. Because now, when people like me speak, they will listen.
Mr. Jughead, before you go, I want to ask you this question that Amaru Netter just posed. The way he just made a statement. He said that something or somebody, shout out to Amaru, shout out to Raw Vital, Vatera. They come from your channel, right, Brother Bakar? She come from your channel?
Yeah.
Big Foe Nation, shout out to you. Shout out to Melissa M. You know what I'm saying? She's mean black men won't do. I'm going to get on that too because I agree with that. But, you know, I agree with that too. So I'm not. Shout out to Katina in the building. Shout out to Karanda something. Telling man, y'all be got them wild ass names, man. But let me read this out to you. Something or somebody put a spell on us. I'm convinced from the self-hate, jealousy, degenerate behavior, and disunity. Also, the can't do for self syndrome. Do you agree with that, my brother?
So yes, sir. I'll tell you what. Let me push up some nuggets. I'll keep it short because it's gonna get deep. Back in the first Queen Elizabeth I, back in the 15th century, she had a magician called John Dee, who used to cast spells. Now, I'm not saying I don't evidence it, but I'm saying that these people in the background worship something. I don't know what it is, but these people have come to power quickly for a reason. I don't know how, because don't forget, brother, the Moors we were doing for almost a millennium. Then after they get in power, they've ascended quickly. How? Who knows? How can, for example, how can England, where I am now, conquer China, India, Australia, Tasmania, America, little island like this? That's not normal. There's something weird there. Is what I'm saying. So Amaro has got a point. But how can little England conquer? Look if you go back in front, look at America, Canada, America, China, India. From 1757 to 1947, it was 12 years to conquer India. Little England, then Australia, Tasmania, of course Africa as well. That's not normal. That is not normal. There's something about that shit that's almost supernatural and demonic about that shit. Samara has a point, but I can't go now because that's too long, man. And you haven't got long in your broadcast. That's another time. But also, look, that's not an excuse though, because India, China, all colonize also. Look at them now. So we've got no excuse. With this felons or not, we've got to fight back, because if we don't, if all take us time, brother, we're going to be exterminated. Because I'm telling you now, brother, our future, if we don't start empowering ourselves economically, militarily, and make some strong African nations, we're done. Africa would go same way as Tasmania. You know, Tasmania 2 years ago was Black Ireland. You're going now, full of Wazungus. That'll be Africa's fate if we don't unite. That'll be the fate of the Caribbean and America too, if we don't unite, man, because these people, they're not playing. Their population, they're decreasing their population every millennium. So every decade, the Wazungus are decreasing. So they get desperate. So that's why they let the Hispanics into America, because by 2050, the Hispanics will be major demographic in America. By 2050, they know that. That's what they're bringing me to replace you. Their plan is they've got a long-term agenda, brother Hustle Smart. They're bringing them in to replace you. The Paul Anderson warned us about this decades ago. Is that coming true? So Dr. Paul Anderson, he's still alive. You got one titan that's still alive. I listen to him all the time. Even though I'm not FBA, I love him because his books, the Powernomics, it plus us all everywhere. Whether you're black in the UK, America, or Africa, Powernomics, Pan-African. That's the key to our survival. So if we don't do it now, brother Smart, we're finished. Because of these people, they're not playing. They're decreasing slowly. So they want to make sure that they won't replace them. Hence why bringing bioweapons to Africa, AIDS, Ebola. They're bringing the Black Latinos in to replace you by the millions. That's why by 2050, the American demographic will change. And that's why it's designed. So you have to be careful. So that put by Amaro in the netter is true, but still no excuse though. It's still no excuse. Brother, let me get one thing before I go. Are you a film fan? Are you a film fan?
Film fan. Yo, I love movies.
All right, you see Batman Begins. The first Batman with Christian Bale, the first one. Not The Dark Knight, one before that. Batman Begins. Have you seen it?
The Batman?
The one before Dark Knight. Batman Begins, the first one with Christian Bale.
Yeah, I seen all of them.
Right. There's a scene in the Batman Begins where I love. Bruce Wayne climbs a mountain and he sees Descartes in a monastery. He's tired. He's just climbed the mountain. And Descartes goes, "Are you ready? Are you ready to begin?" Bruce Wayne goes, "I'm tired." Descartes goes, "I don't give a shit." It beats him up. Brother, my mom's saying, right doesn't care if we've been put a spell on us. We got to work. If we don't, we wipes out. Righteous doesn't care. If they're spelling us, it doesn't matter. If they're spelling us, we got to fight back, because if we don't, we're gone. As simple as that. Righteous doesn't care about, if we're spelling us or not. We've got to fight back and organize, like China have done, like the other nations have done, or if we don't, we're finished. Righteous does not care about us smart. Whether we've got to spell us or not. We're behind, you're right. We are behind, because our leaders have sold us out. But we got to catch up, or not, we got to catch up, man, because if we don't catch up, and even, but I'll put it this way, by 2050, if you get one black nation in Africa that's powerful, economically, militarily, we're done. Because if you get one nation first, you see, we've got to start apparently we've got to get the whole country organized at one. No, you don't. You start small first. Get 2 or 3, 4 black North Korea, South Koreas, the rest will change. People ask, brother, we're race of cowards. Most of us, not you and I, but the majority of us are cowards. That's a problem. So we know what to do, but we're comfortable, we're too comfortable. That's a problem. But I'm going to do the work are the minority. The majority are comfortable sit back in England or America and where we're comfortable. So they go back to Africa and build our nations, which takes decades of hard work. We don't want to sacrifice. That's a problem. Look at Qatar. Qatar in the Middle East, next to UAE, they were independent in 1971, 51 years ago. Look at them now. They're powerful. You know why? Because one generation sacrificed 2-3 decades, build them up. Look at Qatar now. Qatar was built in 5 minutes. Qatar was built over 4 or 5 decades of hard work and sweat. Same with Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Singapore. We have to do the same, but we don't want to do that. We're too comfortable in England.
It's just like China, to the point that when a people be like, well, you know what? I understand all the freedoms and liberty. You know what? We're gonna bet on us. And you know what? This is just the route we're gonna take, Brother Bakari. You know what I'm saying? I understand that. I understand you're a scientist. I understand you're a lawyer. But you know what? Now all y'all truck drivers. So, you know what I'm saying? All them other jobs, I appreciate y'all doing that. But the one thing that I know we can make money off that's guaranteed, that's a 24/7 operation, Brother Bakari, we're going to all be truck drivers, and we're going to make this money and put it in this pot. And once we get this money pop, y'all can break off and do whatever you want to do after that. But that's the type of mindset that those type of countries had. They had one goal in mind. There was one goal oriented. Even if they didn't agree with it, they didn't go against it. You get what I'm saying? So what it is that you have to have a guaranteed plan, and sometimes the guaranteed plan is not pretty. You know what I'm saying? But it's necessary, Brother Bakari. It's necessary, Miss Tanza. It's necessary, Mr. Jughead. You have you got to get down. Everything ain't gonna be cute and pretty. Everything ain't gonna be classy. You know what I'm saying? So especially when we're at the bottom. You get what I'm saying? We're at the bottom. And I never understand that when I hear Black Americans talking shit about. Now, let me tell you something. If FBA ADOS was talking shit about how, you know what I'm saying, how the Africans did us and all this and whatever, and that was the reason why, I could understand that. I can understand that part, because I have beef against that too. You know what I'm saying? But for the reasons that they have, talking about they're gonna come over here and take something, like, nigga, you better compete. That's the problem with a lot of Black Americans. Y'all don't want to compete. Y'all don't got so used to white people got them dropping his nuts in your mouth that when you see an immigrant come from another country and he don't want to deal with your dysfunction, he don't want to hang out on the block, he don't want to hang at the Chevron gas station, he don't want to go to the club, the females don't want to shake their ass and put a pound of weave in their hair every week, they don't want to go to the nail salon and spend $1,000. Y'all think that they better because they don't want to participate in all dysfunction. You go to an African household, they all sitting at the same table together, eating out the same plate. Black Americans would call that nasty, Brother Bakari. We would call that nasty, sitting up there eating out a communion plate. Matter of fact, we don't even eat together. I'm guilty of that. Me and my kids, I sit up there and go spend $100, $200 on food, and none of us don't eat together. My son in there playing the PlayStation, eating his food. My daughter in the room playing, doing whatever she doing, eating her food. We don't even eat together. We Black Americans, we're separated in our own household to the point that if we sit together and eat, it feels uncomfortable. We're uncomfortable with eating together. We're uncomfortable with sitting around and having a conversation after we eat. So, you know, the only times we do that, Brother Bakari, Brother Jughead, Miss Tanzan, on Thanksgiving, on Christmas, some old person in the family birthday, at a funeral. That's the only time we sit around and have a conversation with each other. And most of us, Black Americans, when we get back in the car, we be like, God damn, I'm glad that shit over with. Where the liquor store at? Where the weed man at? Go ahead, Miss Tanzan.
Oh, thank you. what I would like to say is very good points made. And I think when it comes to that whole curse, because now we're going to go into the curse of harm and all of that stuff, but I'll leave that for now. What I'll say is that there's still bad qualities and good qualities on both sides. And, unfortunately, if we don't realize what's good about the other person and what's bad about ourselves, we're not going to move forward. For example, I think that the one thing that Africans still are very much resistant to is this whole idea of race. You go there, they say, oh, I'm just this tribe, or I'm this and that and so on. And for them, it's a very uncomfortable thing to think that somebody is different from you just because they look different. And there's too much in that right now. But for me, I have found that Africans are very resistant to the idea of race until they come here and they experience, what racism is and what they're doing right now, in those other countries. Until they really experience it for themselves, it's really more of an abstract idea. And that's why, they always say, oh, why are the people complaining about something that happened a long time ago? So I can say that, a lot of people, when I go back and I try to explain it to them how things are here, they really don't believe me. And I think that it's, they might believe it more if it comes from, a Black American who was born and raised here, I think so. And, on the other hand, I think also Black Americans are also resistant to being, associated with Africa. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And, for good reasons. Firstly, nobody wants to be associated with a loser. And basically, Africa lost the war. And it's not just, the whole slavery part of it. The war was lost, from Egypt going down to East Africa. I think everybody here has read Chancellor Williams, but it just continued all the way from the east all the way to the west. There was a trans-Saharan slavery even before the transatlantic one. So all these things happened, and it was a very gradual and slow process, and it happened just like it happened with the Indians here. It's not just one time they're decimated. It just goes break by break by break until every tribe is completely demolished. So until Africans learn about that the only thing that they can unite them is really the whole race. There's no other thing. They can't unite in terms of countries. The countries are divided, but even so, I can't understand it. And then on the other hand, I know it's a painful thing, for Black Americans to revisit their African history. And, maybe in time that can happen, with dialogue and so on. But I think that without that happening, without their reconciling with themselves, with their pre-slavery history, I think they will still be very angry. And I don't see a situation where Black America is thriving and Africa is not. When you look at our history has been going on a parallel for a very long time. When it came to the Civil War and the independent movements, when it came to the integration here, and the lax attitude of the pre-independence, the neo-colonialism in Africa. So but the charge has always been led by Black Americans. It's always been, them leading the way. And so I would hope that at this time, they would not give in the fight, even if, Africans are still maybe not all the way there, because if Black Americans leave the battlefield, I think, it will be over for everybody on the planet. So when it comes to that whole reconciliation, I think that we need to both meet, talk, and understand each other, because at this rate, we really do not have any friends. And even if we don't like each other, and admit we don't like each other, but like that scene in the Denzel Washington, I can't remember the movie, but he said, we don't have to like each other. That is what people don't understand about, working with, other Black people. You don't have to like them. We don't all have to agree and be, cuddly and all of that stuff. We have seen that other people can do it without, they despise each other. I don't think we hate each other that much, but when you look at, the fights of, Western Europe, they really hate each other enough to kill each other. I think for us, the most we can do to each other. Anyway, But that's all I wanted to say for now. I do go off sometimes.
No. It's fine, and I appreciate you coming on and giving your aspect to it too. Because I'm rough around the edges. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little cutthroat with my assessment, so it's good to hear somebody. Go ahead, Joe. You finna jump off?
Yeah, it's sorry to interrupt. Yes, this is film is called Fences. The film you referred to is called Fences.
Fences. Okay, go your fence. Right.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Appreciate
And
that.
before I finish, let me just say one last thing.
Go ahead, Ms. Tansen.
Okay. I have had a lot of experiences from Africans, and for me on the continent, the one thing that really made me and a lot of people really understand or see, the whole visual of slavery is the one movie that I think every African will attest to is Roots. That was the first time we ever really saw, what this whole, slavery entailed. And it was shocking to me. It was nothing I had ever imagined that human beings, humanity could do to somebody else. It was just, the worst. So sometimes, we have a lot of ignorance on both sides. And I know that, we didn't get the full picture, but sometimes the media can be used, to impact people. And I know that also, in the George Floyd, shooting, that was also, it also gave a lot of camaraderie and black feeling to around Africans around the world. So sometimes things are bleak and there's a lot of disunity, but I think that Africans will start to wake up and that solidarity. It might not be this time around, because when you look at the events of history, it always starts. The First World War, there was no unity between Africans, but on the Second World War, that's what brought up the Pan-Africanism and the civil rights and so on. So sometimes it takes a lot for us Black people to really understand the core of who we are and really to know ourselves and each other. And unfortunately, it took slavery for Africans to know that they're Black, and I don't know what is going to take for Africans to know that they're Black. So thank you.
I appreciate that. Shout out to Mr. Uganda. He's in the building. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Icon Fire. You know what I'm saying? Probably got that Curry Goat Wi-Fi system going on, man. If you can jump on the here, man. You got who else in here? We got Big Four Nation in the building. We got the Atlantic Creole in the building, man. Shout out, man. Make sure y'all smash that like button like you don't like it. Smash it like you got an attitude, man. Hit the like button on the way in, man. Share the stream, man. Let everybody know we having a good conversation over here. A necessary. Let me not call it a good conversation. We having a necessary conversation, because what I do on my channel is we trying to elevate the mind thing. I'm not saying that we don't have good things going with Black people. I'm just saying in the days and time we are in, we have to step our mind frame up. We have to compete. We got to compete with them. We sit up here trying to get along, and these motherfuckers got private businesses, goddamn building rockets that can fly up to space and can goddamn come back down and do a James Brown split and land back at the same spot. All we care about is shaking our stinking ass and who jollof rice tastes the best. What the fuck we gonna get out of who rice tastes the best? Where do we win in that? What prize do we win? What prize do we win of who rice tastes the best, the Nigerian jollof or Ghana jollof? Who wins who can dance the best? Where's the competition? Where's the competition in STEM, science, tech, electronics? Where's the competition on that level?
Yeah, fusion.
We seem to only compete of things that meaningless, Brother Bakari. We seem like we only compete against that. When somebody win the Super Bowl, nothing changes for Black people. After we do all this rooting and tooting, all this money we spending, you get what I'm saying? Spending $800 on a Super Bowl party. What do we win out of the white people? Take all that money to the bank.
Facts.
What do we get for symbolism? They sitting up here giving us a black Supreme Court leader like that's reparations. A Supreme Court nominee, I'm sorry. It's like it behooves me on how black people can be so simple-minded that white people, you know what? Let me change that. I'm gonna change that, and I thought about what I just said before I complete the sentence. I don't think that black people want symbolism. I just think they like whatever white people throw to them. We just like hungry, dumb tigers. Whatever, change that. Not tigers, pigs. And whatever mouse will throw out the backyard into the goddamn slop, we'll eat it up with a smile. And then we'll fight each other for the scraps. They ain't tricking us. We're voluntarily accepting this shit. We're sitting up there watching them outsource us. We're sitting up there watching it happen. Out of 42 million people, we should not be still talking about the first black person to do this, the first black person to do this. And the only reason why we are a little bit faster than the Africans is because we ain't got no choice but to run the same race that white people running over here. But still, it seems like, you ever see that one of those shows with the rabbit racing? They racing, and then the person sit up there and find a little nook and cranny and be like, well, let me hide off over here in the cut and take me a break. That's what black people do. We act like we running the same race. We act like we want to be equal to white people, but when white people start talking about, well, you know what, let's take all our savings and let's build something. That's when we be like, where the barbecue spot at? Where the wing place at? Where a bar at? Let's go ahead and shake our stinking ass. Go ahead, brother Bakar.
Hey, you know what? You absolute peace to people in the chat too. Icon 5, man. What's going on, my brother Unitas 1 and everybody else out there? But you're absolutely correct. We walk around, man. We are so smart. Watch this. The African American. Now, they don't want to be African no more, so they want to cut that out. The Black American, as they call themselves. They're so smart. They got all of this knowledge. Have you ever noticed all they do, debate? I asked somebody one time, I was trying to get in one of them to debate things, right? So I said, but let's debate solutions on what we can do to fix our situation. Nobody wanted to do that. They only wanted to debate. Let's debate the Bible. Let's debate if Marcus Garvey was a good person or not. I said, let's debate solutions. What's our solution to get out of this, right? Because one thing I heard what you just said, Hustle Smart, when you said if FBA and ADOS was mad at Africans for selling them, because you have beef with that too. You know what? They are mad at Africans for selling them, but you know the difference between you and them? They not mad at the people that bought them. You mad at them too. They have forgiven the people that bought them.
Somebody took possession. Somebody took possession.
Yes. So they are okay with the people that bought them as long as I might be able to get a little bit. See, because we built this country, and people get mad when I say, okay, is that anything to brag on? They had a whip on your back, gun to your head, dogs at your heels. We bragging on we built something for white people. America's an extension of Europe. Nothing here was meant for us. We just happen to be here. So the ones that try, some of us gonna benefit from what's here, but it was not for us. But we have gotten so caught up in this I hate other black people stuff where we gonna act like America is ours. No. Black people in America, we are homeless, but we are not motherless. We're homeless, but not motherless. Africa is the mother, but in all honesty, I know where I was born and raised. But I also know, But I also know 3/5 of a human being is still written in that Constitution. I also know that
in the Constitution.
They can kill black people with impunity and nothing happens to them. I also know how this country show us how it feels, but you all are mad with me because I say I don't love it. I know where I'm from. I love my people. I was born and raised in Mississippi. I'm 50. I got older parents, right? My great-grandmama. My great-grandmama was 12 years old when slavery ended. She lived in slavery for 12 years. My great-grandmama did. You understand? So if I'm gonna be okay with the ones that bought me, I must be okay with the ones that sold me. I'm not okay with none of that damn slavery transaction bullshit. But now we are here, and the ones who did it and is still doing it, we're okay as long as, just like you said, as long as they give us something. All we want them to do is to give us something, and then we complain like little kids. Well, they gave this to the Asians. They won't give it to us. Look what they doing for the Afghans. They won't do it for us. Look what they. I'm like, God damn, how many years they got to do something for somebody and not do it for you before you realize they not gonna do it for you? We have to do it. Then once you say we have to do it, then come, but we ain't got no money. If you ain't got no money, if we ain't got no money, them Arabs, East Indians, and Orientals wouldn't be down in our neighborhoods getting rich off us. Man,
I'm talking about sleeping in the. Hold on for a second, because let me see, brother Kari. He is explaining it, but he ain't explaining it right. Some of them Afghans and whatever, they are sleeping in them stores to get that money 24 hours. 24. They are these foreigners have 24-hour operations in the black neighborhood to take your money 24 hours a day.
20.
Yep. All the time.
Eight days a week.
In the 21st century, when y'all go stand in front of the when you walk in one of them stores and you see you see some young black folks out there, and they might be selling a little weed, talking about this day block. I want y'all to understand they even working for them Arabs that who own that store.
Oh yeah.
Got to understand.
Let me tell you something. I walked in a convenience store the other day, and the whole goddamn store smelled like weed. So you know, I'm from the streets. I saw the dudes goddamn hiding their weed in the store while they standing outside. You get what I'm saying? That's right over there in Lakewood. I ain't gonna say the name of the store because I ain't no snitch. But you know what I'm saying? So, but I know what's going on. They are paying the Arabs. You get what I'm saying? But then the Arabs get immunity because when the police come, they act like they don't know what's going on. It's still the nigga that sit up there and deal with all the consequences and repercussions.
Yep, exactly.
This is crazy, man. Shout out to African Millennium. She in the building. Shout out to Alex Hills in the building. Shout out to Mufasa, Shabazz. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you coming through. Make sure you smash that like button. Shout out to United One, my brother, my Kenyan brother. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you for coming through, man. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, man, anybody is welcome to jump on this panel. You know what I'm saying? We stick to the topic. The topic of the day is naive Africans versus entitled Black Americans. And the reason why I call Africans naive, because Africans refuses. African people refuse to see the white people as the enemy. Yeah, and believe me, yeah. I do understand why Africans don't see white people as the enemy, because of the way that the economic is. You get the economic situation is if in most countries in Africa, if the GDP is $6,500 and white people's coming over there spending half of that in the weekend, you see them as a plus, not a minus. But see, in America, you know what I'm saying, where it's a lot of black people that make more money than white people. You know, white people still make the most money. We don't see white people as the savior. You get what I'm saying? But we still understand that they have the power structure. See, in Africa, it's the power structure and the economic situation. But in America, it's different. So if a white person stay next door to you in America, if that white person do something wrong, now that black person got a problem with them. But see, in Africa, they look at white people, and white people come into Africa to on some sneaky shit. You get what I'm saying? So they act like that they're impressed with how y'all living. Let me tell y'all something. White people ain't goddamn impressed with none of y'all motherfuckers walking around in flip-flops, barefooted on dirt roads and paved roads and unpaved roads.
You know what?
Shitting in jerry can, peeing in buckets, walking down the street with motherfucking bananas on your head. White people is not impressed with that at all.
Yeah,
They love it.
They'll tell you that. They'll tell you that they like that. But when they go back home, get what they go back to. They got them 500,000 condos and houses, walking they little ugly, stinking ass dogs all over the fucking neighborhoods. Got them supporting the LGBT crowd. That's what they do when they come back to the United States. So they sell you on some shit like they like what to see you do. You sit up there and dancing and got your little kids out there shaking their little ass for them and everything. They act like they impressed. That's leisure for them. When white people come to Africa and throw scraps, that's leisure to them.
Entertainment.
It's entertainment. They love for niggas to entertain it. Even in America, they pay a higher price. When you go to a Lakers game or a Golden State game, no white people pay $30,000 just to sit front row for one of these 6'9" niggas to run up and down the court, to jump up in the air, stick a ball between his legs, stick it in his ass, make it come out his mouth and dunk the basketball. They'll pay $30,000 for that. You think they won't come over there in Africa and watch you walk down the street with a whole bowl of goddamn fufu on top of your head? They don't give a fuck.
Yeah. And let me say this right quick before I go hustle smoke, because I'm gonna have to
go ahead, my brother.
Because I'm gonna give away my whole show that I plan to do later. But
don't do it. Don't do it.
But you know what though? I'm gonna tell you something. We keep arguing, right? And this is why I tell folks, yeah, our situation are different, but we had the same problem. And we had the same problem creator. And when we look, right, to talk about when the dude Ben said this today, he said something about, yeah, you got to have something in common, but then he was mad. I don't want no Haitians to come here because they come in here illegally. Well, if you want to have something in common with a Haitian, look in the mirror. Look in the damn mirror. And if that ain't enough to make you say, you know what? For 30 minutes, we're going to stop beefing. For 30 minutes, we're going to come to a solution. For 30 minutes, we're going to get together and we're going to start creating solutions so we can do better. When you talked about what you did with the trucks, right? And how you help brothers get in their own truck. That's a power move, and people don't even understand that. You understand? So when we sit and I say, okay, I have to help the people start business, and we get out here and we talk about the life we want to live, but we don't come up with solutions. But I'm gonna tell y'all now, because I have to live this life my whole damn life. The life you're talking about you want to live is very damn hard. That's why we don't do it. You got to be held accountable. You got to be willing to go 5 miles past the Korean beauty supply to go to a black-owned beauty supply. You got to be willing. You got to just make a conscious effort. I'm going to go past the Arab corner store and find me one black-owned corner store, and that's where my money is going to be at. You understand? It's a hard life to live in the beginning.
So boss, so my people, give thanks.
Hold on, I can't follow you. Let Brother Bakari. I know that curry goat is bubbling in your system right now. But let Brother Bakari, well, you call him Dr. Bakari. Let Dr. Bakari go ahead and finish up, man.
Because I'm winding
and
down.
Then he finna jump off, and then we're gonna go in a circle. We're gonna come back to you, brother. But go ahead and tell him your salute, man.
Go ahead, doctor.
So when you're doing this, you have to be willing to make a conscious effort. What's more important to you? And once we decide that we're going to start economically in supporting black businesses, and we constantly going into that black business, you let that black business know. Now you owe us an obligation. You have to have good customer service in here. You got to have give some of these youths in school a job. So help try to get some of them away from what they're doing. We are our solution. We are the solution. But we keep looking to the people that bought us to fix the solution. We keep looking to the people that created the problem to fix us. Their goal. They doing what they're supposed to do. And I'm going to be honest. They're supposed to keep us confused. They're supposed to keep us fighting one another. What's our job? Our job is to make sure we try to show some respect and love toward one another. build brothers up. Don't sit there and say because Hustle Smart show his house, oh, he deserved to get robbed. Huh? What kind of nonsense is that? Because he showed the inside of his house, he deserved to get robbed. Hustle Smart, I was on there and I was over there and I heard that. See, that's the type of stuff we have to get away from. Jealousy, envy, backbiting. We say we love black folk, but want to see black folk fall. Want to see Hustle Smart get robbed. But you know what?
The nigga said that I deserve it. The nigga said that I deserve it.
Yeah.
No.
And on that note, man, I'm gonna go. I can't file. You came on late, but I got to bounce Jughead. It was good being on here with you.
Yeah,
Tanzan was good. Everybody in the
Respect.
chat. To Niger, Moose, Fossil, Shabazz, Alex is Africa Millennium Uniters. Want everybody in the chat, Queen Raw. I thank y'all for listening. Peace, one love.
One love, man. Be one, bro. Go ahead. I can't fire you, man. Then we'll go to Jughead next. I can't fire you in the building,
Yeah.
y'all. Yeah, he got a channel, a few videos on here, man. Make sure y'all support the brother. You know what I'm saying? He's not on doing long streams like this. I seen a few of his videos. He's out there working, doing heavy equipment. You know what I'm saying? You think I ain't check up on you, do you, bro? You think I ain't check up on you, did I?
That shit like wow. Like I can't believe the smart. Anyway, thank you, man.
I'm very intuitive, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm very listen. Man, that's one thing that I pride myself on. That I'm a sharp individual, man. I got a photographic memory, and if somebody mentions something to me, even if I'm sitting there, goddamn doing nothing, I'm like, oh man, let me take a look at it. Let me. You don't. What I'm saying,
yeah.
Icon Fire and Mr. Jughead and Miss Tanza in the chat, it don't take enough to support a brother and let another brother or sister know that you see what they doing, you appreciate they doing, and keep doing what they doing. Go ahead, brother.
For real, I respect that shit. Motivation. So this is what I have to say, man. We all cowards out here, man. You feel me? Caribbean black men, American black men, and African black men, we all really goddamn cowards. You see, a lot of us will say, okay, I'm not a coward, I'm brave and I'm all of that. But guess what? All of us is only willing to kill one type of people.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they use to say that they're brave, by trying to disrespect and kill each other. You feel me? So I'll be like, well, what are the odds of getting success out of living like this? You feel me? I mean, somebody else outside of who you killing owns everything. So what that make sense? When we gonna fight the real people?
Killing the people that don't have nothing. Won't you kill the people that got the shit and we gonna take their shit?
Man, I
Go
mean,
ahead,
like,
my brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what you getting out of it? You feel me? And how you brave? How is it we supposed to consider you as brave when the real people with all the power, you don't fight? And you feel me? So what I'm saying is, like, we need to direct our energy to the people that obviously should get bad energy. And we need to start giving ourselves good energy. You feel me? And stop distributing all this bad energy towards each other. You feel me? It don't make no sense. And the Empress, Tanzan, she a one of a kind. You feel me? Love to hear her.
Appreciate you for coming on, man. I can't fire, man. Don't go nowhere. Stay for the panel, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me go ahead and throw it to Jughead, man. Let him go ahead and make his point, man. I like the way the topic is going. I like the way the conversation is going. I like the vibe that we have in here. As y'all see on here, black people from all over, from all different places, from all type of tribes, even the black person here, which is me, that I don't know what tribe I'm from. I got a DNA test that said that my mama's side is from the Gullah Geechee rice picking niggas out of Sierra Leone. So there it is. I'm waiting for my daddy's side to come back. And I'll tell y'all this. This is for all the Africans and all the Black Americans. One thing about Black Americans, we are jealous that we don't know where we're from. We sit up here and talk. That's why a lot of black people sit up there and want to claim America so much.
Caribbeans too, bro. We jealous as fuck too.
We wish. I'm talking about wish that we could goddamn pinpoint.
I'm from Ghana. From what they call it, in the middle part or wherever, or I'm from Gunjur in fucking what do I call it, all them places. I'll be like,
man, you having a goddamn oxtails and rice goddamn caught up right now. But check it out though.
That's age moment.
We wish that we knew where they come from. Hold on. We wish that we knew where we was from. You know what I'm saying? That's the one thing that even all the stuff we have, out of all the stuff we have going for ourselves, African can pick up and be like, when he say he's going home, he know where the fuck he going. When we say we going home, we don't know. Matter of fact, even the places that we go to, we don't own. That's why the white people is buying up everything, is gentrifying the neighborhoods, because we don't even own the places that we live at in America. Black people are renters. Go ahead, Jughead.
Anywhere in Africa is good for any one of us. We don't even have no special part in Africa that we desire.
What I'm saying is Africans still, they still know their lineage. I'm sitting up here, I come fight. I just paid $587 just to get an idea of maybe where I'm from. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Jughead. Go ahead, your turn, man.
Thank you, sir. I'll keep it short. Akan, welcome to the chat. Akan, my brother. Welcome, Akan. Yeah. I'll touch what Akan said and my sister Tanzan said. I'll keep it very brief and short, like a flow with a left hook. Yeah, brother Akan, I mean, we're not all cowards. I mean, majority of us are cowards, but not all of us. The few of us left that are real, trust me. They were the ones that kept us alive because we fought back. But we are the minority, though. And number two, what sister said about Africans on you guys' apology. We are more than that. Africa, we owe you more. We owe you some land because we collaborated with the Arabs to sell you, or at least capture you. We owe you more than an apology. We owe you a damn country. So we have to acknowledge we've done wrong and give a firm handshake. Like I said, that analogy I made before to brother Ben, brother Brandon show last week. You know, if your child's been stolen for you, and as orphan, you have to bring them back. You can't leave them with a kidnapper. When a child grows up, you'll be angry at you, rightly so. We know where
a lot of Africans. Listen, a lot of Africans talk to us like, "Oh, you left 400 years ago. You're not African no more. Like you disconnected." That's how they speak. That's how some of them speak to us. Like, it's like the Africa gone out of us.
Yeah, that's why you're using Nigerians. I mean, I'm sure. Sorry. That they need a slap. See, those Africans, I know it from my cousins. They need a slap.
I think that's very disrespectful.
That's disgusting. You're being polite. And that's why they need a slap. But what it is, my brethren, once you're meeting before, like I said on Brandon's broadcast this week, what I'm saying to you was I left Africa and don't want to go back. See, once I've said that to you, they left Africa, they come to the UK and America, without touching to going back. They hate Africa. That's why they've left. See, once you're meeting that love, you're not seeing them. See, once that insulting you, once that left Africa, without touching to going back. That's why they say that nasty stuff, because they hate Africa, hate themselves. That's why they've left, obviously. So once that left Africa, you're not seeing them. You have to go back to
You want
the
me to
fatherland.
you want me to tell you why I say we cowards? It's not that you can't fight. It's not that you're not big and strong. It's the fact that when people tell someone that this is the way we have to unify and you oppose it. This is the way to be strong and you oppose it. You see me? This is why we cowards. Because when we tell them that, hey, those people have to be your enemies because they are. The reason why Africa is dysfunctional is because of them. The reason why a lot of Africans is displaced is because of these people. So who you gonna see as your enemies? And we pointing on them and they still say like they all right with everybody and everybody's lives matter.
Well, like I said, brother, I can, have you heard of half an hour earlier? What's happened to my Nigerian family in Ukraine? I'm happy because I've been telling Nigerians for years that we have to unite, and they say, no, Jeff, we were this bourgeois crap. Well, I mean, brother, you Caribbeans have a saying, don't you? If you don't hear, you must feel. See, I mean, just ask, tell me, what will unite us? What if maybe we didn't win licks? Because obviously we haven't got enough. How can we not unite? Trevor Martin, Samir Rice, Emmett Till, the Moo Bowen, 85, Denmark Beaton, Nat Turner, Gabriel Prosser, Gator Baiting. What more do we need? And we're some people that are retarded, man. What more do we need to unite? Steve Biko, Oscar Grant, Trevor Martin.
To Niger. Come in to Niger.
Michael Brown.
Calling to Niger, Hustle Smart.
I got you.
Can I say something real quick?
Let Jughead keep going. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, Jug.
So I'm calm down. I'm gonna give myself a stroke, man. I can't calm down, man. I'll give myself a stroke. But look, I love you all. Let me come back. You said you're gonna be part 2 House of Smart. I'm calling it part 2. What day is it? Is it tomorrow or Monday? When is your part 2 House of Smart?
The part 2 of that, I only do a show once a week, man. So it'll be next Saturday, man. I like the build up, you know what I'm saying? So I won't saturate the market, and then the message start being repetitive for black people, man. So I want to hit them hard, so to speak, you know what I'm saying, so we can elevate the brain. So, you know what I'm saying, so a black person, even though a black person might not agree with, a black person or African person might not agree with everything I said, but if they think about everything they did in a 5 to 6 day span and they hear what I say, even though you don't like what I say, the logic has to click in to make you see that am I doing everything to benefit me, myself, and my family, and the betterment of black person, or am I kissing white person's ass, or am I putting them on a higher pedestal than I put myself? So the long answer to that is probably next week, man. You know what I'm saying? So unless something changes tomorrow, but it'll be probably next Saturday. I do a show once a week.
Good. Let me tell you why I'm optimistic. Let me tell you why I know we're going to win. See what is, brother? All it takes is a core minority to make change. You know, brother. I mean, in my estimation, 1% of us have got sense out of 2 billion black people. That's 1% of 2 billion is 20 million. See, brother, I'm telling you that there's enough for us to make a nation. Forget the majority. Majority are cowards. Forget them. There's ones that have got sense and backbone. Come together, pull our resources, and build our black Doha, our black Singapore, our black South Korea. Watch, the rest will change. So we've got to stop talking, start building. When we build one black Doha, one black Qatar, one black South Korea, one black Japan, the rest will change. Because when they see action, that will galvanize the rest. So, brother, trust me, it will change, but it won't be easy because we're starting from scratch. But we got no choice. It's going to either unite or be exterminated. Because these people, they're not playing. They want Africa. They want our land. They want Africa. They want us, and they want the Hispanics to replace you in America. So it can't happen. It cannot happen. We can't let it happen. We got as like in the Batman Begins films. Right?
They already got North Africa.
Let me ask the panel a question real quick. This go for everybody. I'm gonna go one by one. Jughead, do you think that that if we don't change, well, let me ask you like this. If we don't change in the next 5 years, when do you think by 2050, in the next 28 years, where would black people stand at in this world? If we don't change something in the next 4 to 5 years, where do you think we talking about black and Africans alike? Where do you think we will stand at by 2050?
I'll tell you, if by 2050, which is not long, 28 years, if you have got one nation in Africa that's got nuclear weapons, good infrastructure, a powerful economy, we're done. I'll tell you why. China are buying Africa as we speak, by acres by every second. Now, by 2050, if it continues, they'll own Africa. We'll be tenants on their own land. Once we've got tenants on their own land, we're done. Because why? China's are ruthless landlords. Our brothers and sisters, what do landlords do with tenants that they don't want? They remove them. You understand? If they buy up Africa, if they own Africa, we're done. Because we'll be tenants on our own land in Africa, and you have nowhere to go home to. So to answer the question directly and succinctly, we don't have at least one black nation in Africa with nuclear weapons by 2050, with power, good infrastructure, good economy. We're done. Because in America at that time, Hispanics will be majority in America. They're going to come after you. They don't really want to come after you because look at California. That's where they're killing you. Some of you, one was out they're killing you. The police are standing by watching. They're gentrifying you in California. That's what happened on a macro level in America once they become the majority.
Everywhere.
So, all right, Ms. Tanzer, let me throw the question to you. If we don't make a change, black people in America, like you said before, I'm with you on the point that we don't have to get along, but we definitely have to have a common something that unite us to make us want to change as a collective. Because the only way this is gonna work, because I'm a numbers person, Miss Tanzan. You know what I'm saying? I'm a very logical person, and I know for a fact if we don't do this as a collective, it's no winning. So regardless of what the FBA talking about, no matter what the ADOS talk about, no matter what the Pan-African talk about, no matter what continental Africans and African talk about, if we don't come together on one thing in the next 4 or 5 years, where do you think that we'll be at in the next 28 years? And the reason why I said it like that is because that's what the new generation, that's what your kids, my kids, your nieces, your nieces and nephews, my grandkids, this is what they're going to have to face. Where do you think we're going to be at, Miss Tanzan?
Well, Africa will be fully colonized. We're only at the neo stage right now. And Black Americans might fully be enslaved. So that's my short answer. For me, if we're talking about what we need to do is either, we are prey. Some people don't like, the term Black or Pan-African or whatever it is. To me, the problem with the one group is just too kumbaya, we are all the same and all of that stuff. And that's not true. We are very different people, all of us, even within Africa, even within ourselves, individuals. So we're not all the same, but at the same time, we're not all just different people. We're not fully disconnected with each other as much as, we might not like each other. So for me, it's this. However we look at each other, we are prey. I see a lion, on your avatar. Yeah, that's the lion. We were the lions. Now we are the prey. So however you look at yourself, you are the prey to the rest of the world. So you can either, band up with other people, small groups. We can be in small groups, so we can be a large group. Either way, we can, fight together or die alone.
I appreciate that. Mr. Icon Fire, the great.
Sorry, by the way, I just subscribed to Mr. Icon Fire. Good content.
Yeah, don't boost his head up, man. You're gonna make him flip over his ginger pineapple drink right now, man. Don't boost his head up like that.
All right.
Go ahead, Icon Fire. Same question go to you, man. If we don't make a change in the next 4 to 5 years, by 2050, where do you think we're gonna be at as Black people?
Well, Jamaica, I hear the Chinese owned our port now. So all they need is the television station to put us in chains, and nobody won't know. And I don't see Jamaican people changing.
That's
You
sad,
feel me?
Icon.
So that's my answer right there.
Where you finna jump in the car and go get you some callaloo patties?
Oxtail. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I'm talking to someone. Hold on. I'm going to talk to someone for a second.
Go ahead, put the phone. I'm gonna put you on mute. Now, this is how I'm gonna answer this question, y'all. See, I appreciate what Jughead said. I appreciate what Icon Fight said. I appreciate what Tanzan said. But I'm on the goddamn Big Four Nation goddamn shit. It is over for us. We will not be needed in 28 years if we don't change. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something. This is what a gift and a curse is. We as Black people and African people, we should want a nuclear war to happen. Because at that point, we would be on the same playing field, starting over.
I'm back.
We're the best at guerrilla warfare or whatever. So if it would take for white people to destroy themselves to even put us at a level playing field, do y'all understand how far we behind?
Hell yeah.
That if they destroyed each other, that's what would put us in the building, man. But shout out to you gotta mute yourself, Icon. You got all that noise in the background, bro. We got the souls of ancestry. You know what I'm saying? Shout to you. Shout out to in the chat, man. Appreciate you coming through. Shout out to I see West Coast 1980 in the building. WM. I always say that last. Emmanuel Pierre. You know what I'm saying? And he said that, and the Simp Police, the third, will be saying everything his granddad is saying. Now, I don't understand that at all, man. But you know, he can elaborate on that. Let me know. Shout out to Yuwa Abuntum #2, Black Star Energy. Shout out to Stevie T, man. Appreciate you. Nice to see you, Hustle Smart. Nice to see you too with him, bro. Appreciate you coming in. Shout out to motherfucking 2 Niger in the building. Mr. Goat Pepper Soup. Where the white women at? Mr. Stroyden now. You know what I'm saying? I'm in UK. Fuck Africa, fuck Nigeria, but I still use my name in it. Shout out to 2 Niger, man. You know you're welcome to come up on here, and I will not mute you like Brandon do, man. I'll let you do your the shit that you be on the fence, you know what I'm saying? I'll let you do that over here, man. But shout out to everybody in here, man. We're going to keep the show going. You know what I'm saying? If you're coming in, man, make sure you smash that like button. We're having real conversation over here. Listen, we're not on here trying to offend anybody. And if you are offended, you can eat sweaty monkey balls. As far as I'm concerned, that this is a conversation that is needed. The brain power, the brain mentality needs to be expanded. We got to get off this level, you know, everything irie, you know, no shade to Icon Fire. We got to get off that mind frame because we need to go out here to compete in the real world. We can come back home and get on our Irish shit. We can come back home and got them listen to Bob Marley. We can come back home and listen to Burna Boy. We can come back home and listen to Starboy, whatever we want to listen to. But out here in this rat race, we have to compete. We can't even sit here and act like the things that are going on that it doesn't have anything to do with us because we're not in it. The group of the people that in power, once they see Africans and Black Americans not competing, nigga, if you ain't competing, then you are the help. That's who don't compete. Let me finish the point. That's who don't compete. The help doesn't compete. The maid, the janitors, they're the ones that don't goddamn compete against the master. They the ones in the big house. So if we're not on the same playing field as far as innovation, as far as ingenuity, then we are looked at as the help. We are glorified maids and janitors. That's all we are to them. because they understand innovation. We're in a different time. 100, 200 years ago, I wouldn't be saying this. But when you got skyscrapers 100 stories high in almost every city in America, you got high-rise stories in China, high rises in every major country. They are innovating. We have to compete, Black people. At the end of the day, we have to compete. That is all that it is. We cannot sit here and be complacent. We don't have time to sit up here and daydream unless we're daydreaming about being innovative. That's what we need to be closing our minds, getting lost in thought, thinking about. Because at one day, if it ever get to the point that who we're gonna save, it ain't gonna be Black people. It will not be Black people. They have no reason to save us. Why would we want to save people that ain't gonna do nothing but be a burden?
We dispensable.
We're definitely for far as how they see us. What do they see us as? Do white people see us as a plus or a minus icon, Fire?
It would be less housing. They would pay less housing.
You stupid.
Okay, that was funny.
Hey, let me tell y'all something, man.
The government would pay less housing. Seriously.
Let me tell y'all something. I am a militant to what I'm saying, but that was funny right there. It stopped me dead in my tracks. I was dead ass serious. But you know what? Y'all want to know the funny thing though? Even though what he said is funny, it's still a fact. That's the funny part.
That's fucked up too.
That's the funny part. They would get rid of it. Let me tell y'all something. In the United States, because I know a lot of African countries, they don't have to deal with this, but in America, they favor the Latinos over Black people. Because you know why? Because Latinos
you're not cutting the grass.
Exactly.
You're not cutting no grass.
So why would they need a nigga that's sitting up there talking about, well, I don't want to goddamn do this? The Mexicans lined up. But because you know why? The Mexicans are smart enough the Mexicans are smart enough to cut that grass and spend money within their own people. Icon Fire.
You have some people want some places cut $6,000 to cut some places.
Mm-hmm.
Some big old trees and all that shit. It's not a little bit of money.
Oh, let me tell you something.
That's what money on that job.
See, that's what I try to tell Black people all the time when you want to crack jokes. When they want to crack jokes about these Mexicans cutting grass, no, they are charging good. Don't get me wrong, they do good work. I don't see them motherfuckers turn a goddamn whole entire neighborhood into some shit that look like it's in Beverly Hills. But what I'm saying is that they don't took the Latino people have took an industry that Black people didn't want to do, and they are charging a premium rate, providing premium service, staying till the job is done, working in the rain, Let me tell y'all something. When them Mexicans is out there cutting grass, if it start raining, they don't stop.
Yeah.
So they have created an industry where they can take care of themselves. So they're not doing it. See, you catch your old crackhead on the block, he cut your grass for $20. The Mexicans is charging $100 or better. So they are creating generational wealth off of business that Black people don't want to do. And you see them after they get off of work, take off their landscaping shirts, they jumping in big boy trucks, going to their house where they live together, because they're not sitting there talking about they don't want to live with each other. They have a hierarchy. They have a pecking order. You have 2-3 people, 2-3 families living in the $300,000-$400,000 house. Black people, we can't wait to separate from each other.
May I come in?
No, go ahead, Jughead. You was up next.
Yeah. Thanks. For the fourth time, I'll say my last point. I love being with you guys, man. Good energy. Yeah, same over here in the UK. So I'm a bit older. I'm 55 this June. So I was a child in the 70s, so I remember we changed, because in the 70s we had a community in the UK, but we got the same problem you have now: individualism and cowardice. My family were tight. I got a strong family background, but a lot of my contemporaries are the same. Yeah, you're right. They put their parents in old people's homes. They got siblings that live one part of London, don't talk to each other. That's what it's like here as well. So it's individualism. That's the curse. Individualism. That's a bit of downfall, because we're attacked collectively, and so our defense must be collective. That's just common sense. Look at Bill Cosby, who was put in prison by 50 lying white bitches with a corrupt judge and a biased media. They acted collective to bring him down. You see, his wealth could protect him from their collective assaults. 50 lying white bitches, two were trannies, at least anyway, one lying judge, and the corrupt media to bring him down. That is as a team. That's just, so the answer to that problem is there. We must do the same to defend ourselves. That's just common sense. It's not brain surgery. But on one part, I disagree with Free Nation. It's not over for us yet. We've still got a few decades left. It's not over for us yet. I disagree with that. We've got time, but not much. We've got 3 decades, maybe 4 if we're lucky. If you haven't got one, if you're not if you still have this chat by 3-4 decades time, we're done. We've got time left, but not much. We've got maybe 3, maybe 4 decades left. If you haven't got one planet, if you're not united by then, we're done. Because I'll tell you why. Because by 2050, Hustle Brown, population will be 9.5 billion. Use up scarce resources, water and food and land. That's unsustainable. Okay? So they want to get rid of a couple of billion people. And guess who they've got in mind? Us. You understand? By 3 decades' time, what population will be with 3 billion more people, mouths to feed on this population? 3, maybe 4 billion more mouths to feed. That's unsustainable. Water usage, food for irrigation, land. That's unsustainable. That's why they'll kill off a few billion people. That means the weakest, by 2050, the ones that have not got the land, the power to defend themselves, the military, the economic to defend themselves, they'll be wiped out by the strong. The strong will eat the weak. The ruthless will eat the weak. The organized will eat the disorganized. As simple as that. So, but we've got time. So Big Food Nation is half right. We're not done yet. We've got time, but not much.
I don't think with that. See, the thing of it is that even if this is how you see it, if you see it as a numbers guy. See, you can't wait to the last day to start running the race. You get what I'm saying? Like, it has to, the motors have to start churning. So what I'm saying is that not that we got 20, 30 years. What I'm saying is that if we don't start in the next 4 or 5 years, just breaking ground on Black unity, just breaking ground on it. The same thing will happen in 30 years if we don't do nothing. That means that they're 30 years ahead, Mr. Jughead. You know what I'm saying? That's mean that they're gonna be 30 years further ahead, and we just gonna be starting. We can't wait to start 30 years from now. We can't wait to start. We can't even. We can't. I'm telling you right now that we can't wait 10 years from now. 10 years from now, because just what you just was talking about, a population. See, one thing that we all talk about, martial law, they have a contingency plan. You get what I'm saying? They cannot, it ain't the point that they would want to kill off anybody, because they love for y'all, they love for people to be happy hoes, happy employees. They love that. But if they can't afford, if they have to get to the point that they have to feed the majority the lowest common denominator is gonna go. And in America right now, even though a lot of Africans, y'all say that Black Americans is the forefront, right now we're the minority. We're the third minority now. Because
smart.
Instead of hold on, I'm gonna come to you next, Akar. Instead of us being fruitful and multiply, we fucking in the chicks is at the abortion clinics. We getting these chicks pregnant and not taking care of our kids. We getting these chicks pregnant and the females are spiteful against the men. We have all these different aspects that are working against us. We have so much to even just to get to the point that we at the starting line. You get what I'm saying? Like, how in the hell that is 350 million Americans, 42 million of Black people, but Black people are the number one at the abortion clinic? See, now the prison and the judicial system, I can be on Icon Fire's side or anybody else's side and say, okay, they are oppressing us. It ain't nobody making these stinking ass bitches go to the goddamn abortion clinics. It is nobody making them do that. That is a personal choice. The same way as a Black man, you wake up every day and you wake up and decide if you want to be a fuck nigga or not. You wake up every day and walk out the house and be like, do I got something against my brother today, or I'm going to look out for my brother today? Or either if you ain't gonna look out for him, you're not gonna have no ill will. It take an effort to have anything against your brother, to walk out there and say, I wish a nigga would. Cause we're the only ones that talk like that. I ain't never heard a white person say, I wish a white person would today. I wish a white person get out of line, I'm gonna slap a motherfucker. That's how we talk, because we looking for a reason. Because at the end of the day, y'all, white people don't really
gonna say, I'll kill me a cracker today. Hey, never you gonna hear that.
Never. That's what niggas say. Niggas are just saying out the blue that they got them wish a nigga would. It's
no reason.
I'm talking about no reason. These niggas can be coming straight out of church, straight out of praising white Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk about we talk about killing each other as leisure, like it's a joke. It's like a joke to talk about killing a nigga. Even the way we talk about our kids, we talk about killing our kids. Even if we're doing it in a joking manner.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I do apologize. Professor, it's deferred cowardice, bro. It's deferred cowardice. What it is, we know what it is. It's Emerson Wilson spoke about it. It's deferred cowardice. Run face the oppressor, the police officers, but you're killing a brother that looks like you. Look at Darren Wilson. Look, I'll be careful because I don't need the platform. I'm gonna be careful what I say now because
no. It's no apologists and nothing. You say whatever you want to say over here, bro.
It's an outlaw platform.
Okay, yeah, good. Okay, well, I'm looking at you, bro. I'm looking at you. Darren Wilson, Daniel Pantaleo, these motherfuckers that killed our people, they're still breathing. Look at Jules Zimmerman. Why is Jules Zimmerman still breathing? Whichever my father is a coward. Listen, if whichever was my son, Jules Zimmerman would not be breathing. Trust me. If Eric Adams was my brother, Daniel Pantaleo would not be breathing. Trust me on that. I'll leave it at that because I don't get any platform. I'll leave it at that, man, because I don't get. I'm calm down. I'm gonna give myself a stroke. But even though I'm home in the UK, when I hear my brothers being killed over there, I get so mad. Michael Brown, Tamir Rice, Breonna Taylor, Corin Gaines, Sandra Bland. It's got to stop. But because most of us are cowards, that's why. And the enemy knows it. That's why they do it. I can Darren Wilson walk into a neighborhood, kill a 16-year-old child, broad daylight, walk out alive. It means there are no men there. But like I said before, it will change because it will have to, because what's happening in Ukraine is good because Africans are seeing that now that racism doesn't exist. And that if you don't hear, you must feel good. I've been telling Nigerians for years, Nigerians, stop being bourgeois, stop being soft, stop being naive, man. They won't listen. They said, Jeff, that's more than Jeff. They said, Jeff, you two militants. I'll say, okay. Now, look at me now. I'm a militant now. Look what's happening in Ukraine now. If you don't hear, you must feel good. When I go home in Nigeria, they get more sense now. If they don't hear, they must feel good. Bro, let me get out now. Let me make some food. Let me get call it now. Let me calm down, man, before I give myself a stroke.
Well, it's all
Jamaica.
good. Let me ask Icon Fire then. Let me let Icon Fire respond to this, and then we're gonna go to Tanz and let her respond. Let me throw this to Icon Fire. Radical change calls for revolutionary actions. We can be revolutionary living amongst our enemies. Well, I know she meant to say can't. It starts with separation. Do you agree with that, Icon Fire?
Of course, we have to have some sort of separation, because you have to teach each other. You have to be teaching each other. You can't allow them to teach you for you to have a successful revolution. Feel me? That's all we've been having. We've been trying to have revolution, but the enemy is our teacher. So our revolution will never happen. You feel me? Until we secure our own education system and formulate a curriculum to make us feel the best way. You understand? Like get the best self-esteem. What curriculum can give us the best self-esteem, can make us feel the best about ourselves, and also get the best line of education? If we don't address these things in terms of how you stop trying to teach grown adult people by taking over the education of our kids, so they would learn all of what they should learn in terms of self-awareness in school. So after they become adults, it wouldn't be so hard to talk to them. Not like these motherfuckers now.
Miss Tanzan, go ahead and unmute your mic and come on here and bring it on home for the people.
I'm going to pull off because I have something to do. So I'll see you around, big bro. Empress Tanzan, blessed.
Thank you, and thank you for your kind words, Icon Fire.
Okay, all right, big man.
All right, man. You welcome on the show anytime, bro.
Bless and love.
Thank you again. What I was going to say, firstly, let me just go off again. Sorry. Earlier, Mr. Icon Fire was saying about how Africans tend to say this, and I've heard it a lot, of Black Americans or Caribbeans don't have a culture. And that is not a good thing to say. I will just say that, and I agree with Mr. Jughead on that one. Nobody should say that somebody else does not have something. And sometimes, most of the time, I would say it's said out of ignorance, and I will condemn that sort of ignorance. Another point to say is this is not a justification or an excuse. This is just to somewhat try to make sense of it. Because I think when Africans talk about culture, they mean more of a traditional sense of things, what has been practiced for a long time, how you relate to somebody. And usually it's something that goes on for a very long time that nobody even knows, where it came from, but somehow everybody knows about. And when earlier someone was saying about, the plight of Black Americans and others who are, sold out, I can understand that frustration of not knowing exactly where you came from. At the same time, for me, for me, it represents also, on the other hand, a kind of freedom to choose, wherever you want to be from the continent. You see, for us, sometimes we're limited by where we're born, our tribe, and so on. And so for us, we usually don't see beyond where we are. A lot of us in Africa, we don't even travel beyond our country. So we don't really see the country from the bigger point of view. So when we come out and somebody calls us an African, you look at them like, what? I'm not an African. I am, this and that. So Black Americans' perspective, they have an advantage because they can see things from outside. They can actually go in and do the research and actually have a lot more information sometimes than even the people living there, because they have an interest in learning the secrets. Most of the time, the people who are there, we don't even take our culture, that much, appreciate it. We sometimes, I see a lot of Africans becoming way more Africans after they leave the continent. Now they're like super, African, where when they're on the continent, they're just like, oh, just regular people. But another thing I would suggest is this, in terms of, the mentality, is sometimes I would say adopt each other's culture in a way. To say this is like, I come from Kenya. Somebody was claiming I'm not, I'm Ugandan, but I don't take that badly. I say that's a good thing. But, you can tell, for me, one country that I've always admired is Tanzania, because that's one country in Africa that showed the rest of us the idea of unity, being able to unite two countries, and even internally being able to have all, the tribes just get along without that whole tribal obsession that a lot of other Africans have. So we can look to countries like that and say, what did they do right that we can, emulate? The same thing with Black Americans. I admire the spirit of Black Americans, that whole fighting spirit, that whole, nobody can tell me this and so on. That to me is an admirable thing. We are taught to just be, respectful and quiet and take it and be quiet and so on. But, when I came here and I saw that, oh man, anyway, so I'll just leave there.
No problem, Miss Tanzan, man. We appreciate that, and I agree with everything you said. And I think Mr. Uganda, he was saying that you sound like a Ugandan.
Thank you.
But this is the thing, we always can see similarities in us. What I'm saying, each other. Now, this is the thing about Black America.
Mm-hmm.
What was a great thing for us white people on their behalf, what they did for us.
Mm-hmm.
See, once they snatched up so many different tribes from Africa and brought them to America, see, in Africa, what tribe you from. You get what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
actually you can segregate amongst tribes, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, in Black America, we don't know why we don't get along with other Black people. And it might just be we're not from the same tribe. So we don't have the same viewpoints. You get what I'm saying? You have some Black people that are natural warriors. You have some Black people that are naturally business minded. You get what I'm saying? And then you have creative thinkers like I am. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, I can have 5 or 6 friends and none of us think alike. You get what I'm saying? But we
not quite. Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Okay. So sometimes I look at, let's say, a country like Somali that's 99% homogeneous and everything. And so sometimes I don't understand. I know there's clan issues and all that. So that's another thing. But when I look at Black America, the advantage that I see is, firstly, you're united by language. It's one language all across, everywhere you go. Even if you go to south, north, east, west, it's one language. And it's one, I don't know if it's one culture. I know that there's different areas and so on. But two Black Americans from very different states or areas, they have more in common than, let's say, two Africans, even in the same country. So for me, the reason why I say that unity must come from Black Americans is because, while the tribalism was stripped from you, the other odd thing that you got is the racial aspect of it. It unites Black Americans. So no matter what they call themselves, when Black Americans see each other, they have that rapport. Probably, yes, the hostility as well, but, you have that. So what would you say is the cause of the disunity when the culture is pretty much the same, the language is the same, the history? You understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand. And before I ask that, Mr. Ugandan is asking Tanzan, where are you from? You sound West Uganda, Rwandans. I think she said she's from Kenya.
Yes.
What region you say you from? What region you say you're from in Kenya?
Nairobi. That's where I grew up.
Nairobi. She from the capital city of Nairobi. You know what I'm saying? And she lives in Southern California right now. But she's what tribe you from?
It's not that I don't want to say. It's just I think tribalism has become too much in my country. So I.
Oh, okay. I understand. See, in America, we just don't even know. Like, if you say a tribe name, that would be the equivalent of you telling me what type of tree that is in the backyard. I wouldn't think a second more about it. It would take another African to think more about what you said than American. But to answer your question is that we don't, as Black Americans, we don't see nothing special about speaking English. You get what I'm saying? So English, see, in Africa, since y'all have so many dialects, so many languages and dialects, that if you go to somewhere else and you hear somebody speaking your same language or can understand a language, y'all have something common. Talking English is nothing common, you know what I'm saying, to us, because everybody, 99% of everybody speak English, so it's nothing to do it. Like, it's like if you see somebody speaking another language, you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, we look at people funny for speaking another language in the United States. You get what I'm saying? But the thing about it is that genetically speaking, most Black Americans are from some type of tribe. You get what I'm saying? We just don't know which tribe we're from. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So even in Africa, you have tribes that, it's just like how some people talk about horoscopes, and we be like, well, Scorpios act like this, Cancers act like this, Virgos act like this. I really believe that in certain tribes have certain characteristics that could prove the person, or that's something, even if they didn't have a characteristic, they live up to the structure of that tribe. So say for instance, on my mama's side, it's the Gullah Geechee side, you know what I'm saying? So they was rice pickers, you get what I'm saying? So even if my mama, grandmama, that side of the family didn't like to pick rice, that's what they had to do, because that was the tribe they were from. That was the region of Sierra Leone. So I always leave that part out. Gullah Geechee from Sierra Leone. And so we can always trace back, because it's a lot of Gullah Geechee in Savannah. I stay in Atlanta, and I have a lot of family in Savannah, Macon, in Atlanta. It makes sense to me far as that. Now, I know some people, genealogy, DNA tests be all over the place, but far as that makes sense to us, far as me. But what I'm saying is that Black people in general, you know what I'm saying, we have this thing to where we don't, even though we look like each other and we talk like each other, we don't connect with each other. We don't have that sense of camaraderie like they have in Africa, and it's because we live in a kill or be killed country. Like in America, like in Africa, if you going to walk to the corner store or walk into the mall, if something happened, like an accident, you know what I'm saying, it's like something fluke accident will happen to the point that you don't make it home. But in America, that's expected. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's like we give our kids and give each other, people that we know and love, we're like, man, don't go to this club tonight. Don't go to that bar tonight. Like, we have to literally tell each other, don't go out and have a good time, because you might die. So say that again.
Apologize. Finish. I apologize. Finish. I interrupted them.
So therefore, we live in the belly of the beast, so we operate on a different level. So it's like, if we don't immediately connect with each other on some type of things that we do alike, we really don't fuck with each other. And another thing, Black Americans, we really don't speak to each other. You know what I'm saying? We can. I used to work at this place, and I think maybe out of all the Black people that I might have spoke to, 3 of them, we walk right past each other. We don't initially help each other, because in black people in America, they use you being nice as weakness here. You get what I'm saying? It's almost like you have to be a Wolverine. You have to be a gladiator. You have to have this I don't care attitude, or people will get over on you. See, being a nice person is celebrated in Africa. It's a good trait. Even in Africa, y'all are taught to respect your elders. We don't give a fuck about it. I mean, I'm telling you straight up, I don't give a fuck about an elder. You get what I'm saying? I'm not gonna let an elder get in front of me in a line. I don't give a fuck. We don't care. You know what I'm saying? Just your age don't mean shit. Matter of fact, in America, if you get older, that means you just out the way. You're useless. We don't look for elders for information or no. We just built different over here. You get what I'm saying? See, in Africa, the elder is somebody that everybody sit around and talk to or whatever. We don't give a fuck. Even on Christmas, Thanksgiving, and holidays, we might take a picture with our grandmama. You know what I'm saying? But if her ass ain't in there making some food, we don't give a fuck. if her ass ain't in the kitchen, goddamn seasoning up the chicken, you know what I'm saying? Finger licking, you know what I'm saying? Cooking some mashed potatoes or some collard green, she can kiss our ass.
Yeah, it's not right. Same up in the UK also. One more thing before I go. I keep saying that. I'm like a broken record, but I really mean it this time. I'm hungry. Yeah, but the UK, same over here. UK brothers, it's not as bad as you. The killing over here is bad too. The stabbings. We don't have a gun culture like you do, but we have a stabbing culture, and it's bad. When I was growing up as a teenager, '80s, we didn't kill each other like we do now. We were tough. We fist fought. We had scraps. We didn't knife each other. The new generation, they're cowardly and they're nasty, but that's because we live amongst these people. These people have contaminated us with their nastiness, with their individualism. When I was growing up in the 70s as a child, we looked after, we lived 3-4 generations in one house as I was growing up as a child. But now, they put them in old people's homes because they've changed. It's integration. It's assimilation that's done it to us, brother. We change for the worse. We become more selfish, individualistic. That's the problem. Also, bad leadership. In your case, brother, when the death of the 4 great men, Malcolm X, Dr. King, Medgar Evers, and Fred Hampton, you've been misled by a bunch of coons, cowards, Andrew Young, Jesse Jackson. These are all Boule sons of bitches. Sister Tanzan, if you don't know about Boule, just check out Steve Coakley. They know what I'm referring to. The Boule. That's who misled you. Since definitely these 4 great men. The 4 great men who've died. Malcolm X, number 1. Fred Hampton, Dr. King, Medgar Evers. You've been misled over the last 5 decades by these coons, these cowards. You've been misled. It's not your fault. It's bad leadership on both sides, Africa and America. We're being misled by a bunch of cowardly, retarded coons. That's why we're floundering. That's why we're behind enemy lines, outgunned and outnumbered. But it will change. Because it will have to change. Because if we don't change, the alternative is extermination. I'm telling you, I'm attempting to be too dramatic or hyperbolic. But if we don't change soon, let me slow down. Once I change in the 3 decades, I mean start now. I don't mean start in 2050. No, by 2050 we have one nation that's powerful. We got to start yesterday. You know what I'm saying? We start yesterday. Not 5 years time. We start yesterday because in 3-4 decades time, if China owns Africa, if we're tenants on our own land, we're done. If China and India own Africa, I mean every blade of grass, we're done. Because once we become tenants, they were going to remove us. Look at how they treat their own people in China, the Falun Gong people, how they treat their own people in China, and they're organ harvesting them, killing their own people. We think these people, they're considered subhuman. If they're on Africa, they can remove us. That way we're nowhere to go to. So we got to start yesterday. And what we're doing now is good because we're communicating. I'm in the UK, she's in California, this is Tanzania. You're in, I don't know where you are, brother. What part of America you're in Texas? Or where you
I'm in Atlanta. California. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, and Miss Tanzan is in Southern California.
That's right, Southern California. I'm in UK. We're communicating. So it starts now. Brother, I mean, we're doing now. We're dropping seeds. We're communicating now. We're giving each other support. Psychologically, it will start. It will happen, brother. But trust me, we've got time, but not much. And I'm optimistic. It will change. But if we have this conversation in 3 decades' time, it's all over. I'm telling you now, man. We got to start yesterday.
I agree. I mean, you know what? Like this is the thing. Having hope is just like the word maybe, just like the word probably, just like the word see. You know what I'm saying? Let's just wait a minute. Let's wait a while. Give it some time. That's all fine and well. You know what I'm saying? But to a logical person, believe me, I agree with that. And I love having people around to have hope, because I don't have the hope. You get what I'm saying? I look at the states the state that we're in today. I looked at, so think about it like this, Mr. Jughead and Miss Tanzan. If you can have hope about 5 years from now, then what if I would have asked you this question 10 years ago? And then I asked you this question 10 years ago, back in 2010, and then see if that same answer would be the same answer today. Would you still have hope? See what I'm saying? So when the question is asked in the way that I'm asking it today, it seems like we have time. But my point is, ain't shit changed for Black people, but we have gotten more popular, but our numbers are going down. See, the only place that the numbers is going up, Mr. is in Africa. Africa went around fucking off the chain like rabbits. That, you know what I'm saying? Some African countries like Uganda, shout out to Mr. Uganda in the building. In Uganda have one of the people have the youngest people in the fastest growing youngest population in the world. You get what I'm saying? But
yes, sir.
That sounds good, but it won't sound good if the economic situation don't change. So what I'm saying is, this is the part that we have to look at the numbers. Based on the numbers, you know what? I'm just using your own logic, what you were saying about, how you're gonna feed people. If the only thing that makes like a country like Uganda and Kenya good is that where it sits at on the equator, you know what I'm saying, good land for growing, so it's self-contained, they can grow their own food. You get what I'm saying? But when you got a lot of these African countries, they are importing more than they're exporting. You get what I'm saying? So what would happen if these other countries say, you know what? Burkina Faso, we're not importing no more tomatoes in. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I know we don't fucked up your land. We don't fucked up the grounds. We don't dig holes everywhere. We looking for gold. We looking for rocks. We looking for stones. We looking for frogs. We looking for grasshoppers. You get what I'm saying? But we ain't importing anything. Then what's gonna be that answer? You have to be able to be self-contained, because if the people that's in power can take something from you, it's simple as food and water, bro.
Yeah.
If you take food and water out people's mouth, not the point of that they don't have the warrior spirit, it's demoralizing if you don't have the proper protein. I don't give a fuck how many flies or insects that they try to make you think they got all type of protein or shit. That shit don't do shit for you when you're goddamn hungry. Not no goddamn caterpillars and fufu ain't gonna do the trick. It ain't that much cassava in the goddamn ground.
Yeah. But how smart the African leaders, I mean, sense very harsh. I have to be careful what I'm saying now, because I don't want to get you deplatformed. There's African misleaders, they have to die, because those African misleaders, they're the scum of the earth. Because they come in London, by the big flats in London, $44 million for a flat, for an apartment, where people are struggling back in Nigeria. They got to build the roads, or even building farms, cooperatives, to give people employment. They want to build a flat in London. We say come once a year, $2 billion for a flat, 4 billion, 5 billion apartments in Dubai. People are starving. These guys have to die, man. But let me calm down, man, because I'm giving myself a stroke, man. I'm embarrassing. I'm drop dead live on the air, man. But look, it's not a hope. I know it will change, because even though we're a minority, we're a hardcore minority. That's all it takes. See, for something to get popular, look at your country, what you built. America, in 1772, two men, John Hancock and Benjamin Franklin, decided that they felt like British taxing them about representation. What happened 4 years later? Revolution. Started with two men, John Hancock and Ben Franklin, in 1772. You see, look at the Cuban Revolution in Cuba. So 9 men, and Castro with 9 men decided they had enough of Batista ruling the country. What is a small core start things. That's what it takes, brother. A small core. Majority of us are cowards. Doesn't matter. The ones that have got sense, 1% that have sense, common sense, and backbone. If we get together, we can do it. Forget the majority. They're dead from neck up. Forget the majority. They're cowardly. We know that. As brother Ican Fee said, majority of us are cowards, but all of us. Don't forget, brother. I said before, fear is contagious, so is courage. Fear is contagious, but so is courage and fighting spirit. When the majority of us see the few core minority do something, doing a black Qatar, a black Singapore, a black Dubai, that the rest will change. But we got to start. No, we got to start yesterday, and it will happen. There's no hope. I know it will happen because it's starting now. Look at people like you got people like Bomani, Yehenda, Color Genesis, brother Nakamizi, do something. But we'll do something. It's starting small. 10 years ago, no one was doing it. But we're doing it now. So 10 years hence, I believe it will grow more. But we're starting now. It's slow because the workers are few. Majority of us are comfortable in England doing nothing. Look, I'm in the UK on your platform. Why? Majority of blacks in the UK, they're useless. Tunaji will tell you, blacks majority of blacks in the UK, they're useless. They're fat, comfortable cowards. Why do you think I'm on your platform? Why do you think I'm here?
I get it.
I get it. Tunaji will tell you. Each of the UK, ask him, he'll tell you about blacks over here. They're useless. Bunch of cowards.
What you got to say about that, Miss Tanzan?
Firstly, in regards to the numbers, I remember you said about the numbers, and I would say this: to start a movement or a program or a project, you don't really need the majority to sign up. You just need a few people, to be on board, a few serious people, and then if it works, more people will join. And if they don't join, they'll disappear, I guess, or they'll have their own ways. So sometimes I think, for those who really want to do something and change something, sometimes we spend too much time trying to convince the unconvincible. The people that we can reach are the people who are questioning, the people who are willing to learn, willing to talk to somebody else and learn a different point of view. But people who are entrenched in their opinions, there's nothing that you can really do for them. And sometimes it actually takes away from some people who are actually seeking for sure. So for me, it's like the ship is sinking and there's lifeboats. You can't take everybody, so you can only take a few people. And Mr. Jughead was talking about, we can do it, but we don't have time. I would say not only do we not have too much time, we don't have too many people. And we can't sit around waiting for everybody, to get on board before, we row away, because if you wait too long, the storm will get everybody, including the ship and the lifeboat. So for me, I think that the one thing I would say in regards to your question 10 years ago versus 5 years in the future, one thing that I can say, yes, for the majority of the people, the ship is sinking for them. The one advantage I would say that we're better now, 10 years from the past, is that those people, I don't want to say, exaggerated terms like the chosen or whatever, but the people who really are going to put their foot on the battlefield, they have become sharpened by the dialogue, by the resistance, by the opposition, by, the circumstances. This has been the trial, and whoever emerges from the other side, those are the people who are going to be fit to fight. So even though, not everybody is on board, in fact, things seems to be deteriorating for the people who started their way. I think that they have made a great big effort, because I think everybody here would say, their mentality has sharpened over the last, 10 years. So that is the sword that will cut, the real people, the people who are going to do it from the other people. So that's how I think about it. And I think in 5 years, seeing the level of conversation and dialogue right now, I think in 5 years, if we continue this way, in regards to the positive side, we will go much further than, the people who are sitting still and, are doing nothing.
Well, the thing about it is that, even though I agree with 99.9% of what you're saying, the only pushback I say is that if the ship is sinking and you only got a few boats, you ain't got enough paddles. What are you going to paddle to? You have to have a place to go. If at that point, You're looking for somebody to come rescue you out there in the water. And guess who that is? That's the people that invented the helicopters, the people that invented the life jackets, the people that invented all these different things to come help us. You get what I'm saying? Like if we keep putting ourselves in a position to where they have to help us, then if you got, let me explain it like this. If you got 50 people that's escaping from somewhere and from a place, and then you got the oppressor that's helping. This is how they do with the fake help. It's about the same thing that they do with aid and all that shit. You know, dumping goddamn bags of rice and corn everywhere. You know.
Oh, no, I wasn't advocating asking. So let me continue a little bit with my analogy. So there you are on the lifeboat. You're rowing away. You're not rowing away looking for a lifeboat. You're rowing away looking for a safe haven, an island to bank on. So continuing that analogy for me, and I might be off completely, but in my way of thinking, if I was to go 5 years into it, if I was, I would say that it's time that the Black Americans, colonized Africa. And I don't say that to say that, Africa is weak, but it's like in Lower Egypt, when the Hyksos were occupying Egypt for about 300 and something 50 years, I think. And Egypt, that was Upper Egypt. Egypt was not a weak kingdom. Egypt was one of the strongest. But it took the people from the south, although the map is upside down. But it took the people from the south, King Amosi, to come out and actually recolonize Egypt from the people. So sometimes it takes a different group of us to go back and make things right to the people who don't know. So I think that entitled Black Americans should be entitled to Africa, and they should go and unnaive the Africans.
Now this is the thing. I agree with that. See, but this is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Is that this is where the naive Africans come in at. And shout out to Miss Uganda, because I agreed the way he was saying about, even though Ugandan have a young population, if there's no jobs, then what are those young kids gonna start doing? They're gonna have to eat. See, even though we want to act like we're just modern civilized people, if you push yourself to the corner of kill or be killed to eat, you're gonna do it. Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's just something. It's almost like it's dopamine, like it's a drug in your brain that will make you do things or eat things that you would never eat in your life if you get pushed to that point.
Mm-hmm.
So, but this is the thing for us to not be Africans being naive. See, in America, when you come here, it's all types of programs. You get what I'm saying? It's all different places that you can go to that speak your language, that give you points on where to go, where to live at. You know what I'm saying? Things are accessible. When a Black person go to Africa, you're on your fucking own when you jump off that plane.
Yeah.
You're on your own. You're on your own, and you got people outside of the airport, and people outside of the airport are at the airport working, see you as this person don't have nobody coming to get them.
Mm-hmm.
This other person has nobody to translate for them. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that Africa does not make Africa friendly for Black Americans to comes. So that's why you see all the Black Americans that come over there now, they usually 50. I know it's a few young ones, so deception doesn't negate the rule, people. But for the most part, most Black Americans come over there when they 50, 60, 70 years old.
Yes, Mr. Hassel Smart, did I not just say colonize? Because this has to be a matter of, I would say, subtle force. The reason why I say this is this. It's not because I have a wish, some masochistic desire to be under somebody else. It's just this. The reality is the country is already being colonized. And if somebody's going to colonize, I'd rather they look like me, even if I don't like them, even if I don't, the Liberians came back and they recolonized, Africa. And while they had tensions and problems, I don't see, Liberians as, the same way as the British came and colonized us. So if you guys have the access to the information, to the knowledge, to the history of the beast, as you say, you're in the belly. So, if you go out there, not with an attitude of, especially not with the attitude of, Africa worship, we want them to like us, sorry to curse, and I don't usually really, but fuck if Africans like you. It's like if you're going to do something like, Denzel Washington was saying that I don't have to like you, but at the same time, that this is what is needed. If you guys know who really is the enemy, you're not going to sit there and argue with an African telling you, this and that and the other. You know what the truth is, and you don't need to argue on that level. You can educate, but this is going to be a forceful thing. Africans are not going to like it, most of them. But when they do come in face to face with the monster, they will turn their heads back and they will run back crying, let me calm down.
No, I get what you're saying, but it still doesn't change the point that, like, when American says that he's gonna go to Africa, to take that time to want to be on a plane for 20, 30 hours, because contrary to most people believe, and I can't wait for people to listen to this on the playback. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate, I got a few cash apps, y'all. I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all didn't leave your name. Y'all didn't leave no message or something, so I didn't read it or whatever, but I appreciate the support. You know what I'm saying? But they still, when they spend all that money, the last thing that because most Americans ain't never left America. That's the funny part. Most Black Americans had never left America. Now, one thing about African people, y'all travel. You know what I'm saying? They travel a little bit in state, around state, or to Europe or whatever. I'll be first to, I'm gonna make my first trip this year to Africa. And I still don't know where I'm gonna go to. It might be if my dad genealogy come back, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna try to go over there. I'm not doing no tours and no shit like that, but I'll try to go get citizenship in Sierra Leone. If on my mom's side, I'm just waiting for the certificate. So I got lineage from the Sierra Leone, Gullah Geechee tribe. So based on that, I can get citizenship in Sierra Leone. If they don't trip on my goddamn felony. If they get that background check and they get that list, they'll be like, what the fuck?
Okay. See, this is why we all need to talk together and, just private chatting and all that, not out here. But
no. Well, see, one thing about a background check, that ain't nothing you got to be proud about. When they pull that up, it's going to be there regardless. You get what I'm saying?
No, not that. What I'm talking about is, over there, it's okay. They will try to use it, but they will try to use it just, to get money out of you. Like when they say, when they see you, you're just a walking money bag.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Oh, definitely. See, we understand that. But see, it's only the older, it's the older Black of Americans have this romanticized about Africa.
That's the worst. That is the worst.
They the old niggas that get out the plane and kissing the nasty ass ground while people walking barefoot and shit. That's them. Like me, I'm a hustler. I'm a guerrilla hustler. So I'm not romanticizing. Like the thing about it is, it's not that I have a colonized mindset, but the thing about it, I'm not. Even if I did come to Africa, I'm coming to make life better for myself. I swear to white Jesus come floating out the sky right now. I'm not coming over there to make no African life better. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't have the power to. I might have the want to do it, but I don't have the power or the resource to do it. This is why I be talking. This is why I'm a part of the Pan-African movement, because this is what we're trying to establish over there. You know what I'm saying? Not just somewhere to not no bed and breakfast to give black people somewhere to stay at when they come over. You get what I'm saying? We're trying to put tangible things on the ground for black people to make money, because this the worst thing in the world. If I leave my job, my house over here, where I'm making over $200,000 a year, and I come to Africa, and now I'm just over here spitting up my goddamn savings. You know what I'm saying? Wait for the goddamn power to go out, and I'm cranking up the generator. You get what I'm saying? Like that lifestyle every black person can't deal with. So therefore, we are accustomed to a certain way of life. So you have these older black people that come over there. They usually living off their retirement, or living off their pension, or living off their social security. They got bad knees, bad back. You know what I'm saying? Hair falling out, teeth falling out, and they over there, they in love with it, so they can do the simple life. I'm gonna say this. My son, I told my son, I said, you know what, we're going to Africa. And I said, he said, well, no, he said, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go. So I said, why do you don't want to go? His mouth, no exaggeration, he said third world problems.
It's not wrong.
So I laughed, but after I laughed, I told him, I said, you know what? I have raised you on a certain level to see for you to be comfortable. So even if I take my son back in the neighborhood where I grew up in, he'll be like, Dad, I don't got to see this to know that I don't want to live like this. You ain't got to walk me around. You ain't got to show me where you used to got the fighting at, and where you're shooting people, where you went to jail. You ain't got to show me none of that. You know what I'm saying? My son does not need the Scared Straight program. He does not need that at all. So, straight. but I told him that, you know, but if I do take him to Africa, I'm gonna be subject to hide the negative part, or you know, things that might be just, I would call it negative, but might just be normal everyday life for Africans. You get what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't know what it's like to be in a house that doesn't have you know, that blackouts. He's not used to blackouts. He's not used to living a certain way. So I have put that in there. So if I do take him, which I'm not, because I'm definitely coming over there, you know, first trip, I ain't dragging my leeches with me to be complaining all the goddamn time. You know what I'm saying? I ain't finna listen to all that. I ain't finna pay no $4,000-$5,000 to listen to my little spoiled ass punk ass kids. You know what I'm saying? Trying to figure out where to plug in his PlayStation up, and why the goddamn with that note, why the power went out, and with that noise sounding like a motor outside. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going through that. But what I'm saying is that, so I would have to, wherever I would go to, if I take my kids, it would have to be a major city that has the infrastructure to get him ready so he can go see something like that. He's not used to the smell. You know what I'm saying? He's not used to going to a market or a grocery store. You know, you can go to the grocery stores in here and you don't smell no meat at all till you walk over there to the meat market. But, you know, you go to Africa, you know, they got, you know, flies is just like napkins. You know what I'm saying? Like it's you know, some countries don't have refrigeration in those markets. You get what I'm saying? So we're not used to that, you know what I'm saying? And the style, the way that we eat. And another thing that I learned from even going to the restaurants, the African restaurants here in the United States, Africans just don't have a big variety of food that they cook. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't, like, you can go in an American restaurant and they might switch up the menu and whatever, but you go to we got this Sierra Leone, we got this Senegambia restaurant, but they got the same goat pepper soup, they got the same egusi soup, they got the same itebe. You know what I'm saying? They got the same, the menu.
And half of the time, half of the stuff is not even there.
It ain't there. The items ain't there. You get what I'm saying? And it's the same menu. You get what I'm saying? So So that's one thing that the white people knew in the United States. They know that they got us locked in on the delusion of inclusion and their goods and services. You get what I'm saying? So all we got to do is be good black folks and stay out white people way. You know what I'm saying? We can go to all these restaurants and eat all these places that we see on Instagram and on the commercials. You know what I'm saying? That's all we have. Africa does not do a good job at welcoming black people. Now you got to do more than just say it. Just like if you invite me to your house, you can't invite me to my house and be like, well, you in the house, I'm finna go in the other room and you just stay right here and you on your own. You fend for yourself. It just cannot be an open door policy to come over. You know what I'm saying? You have to that's the part that doesn't exist when you come to Africa. So you know what I'm saying? You're on your own. That is the problem.
You're right. I explain that. You're right. So one more. So I keep.
No, go ahead. I was rambling anyway. Go ahead.
No, you're
right.
not.
Yeah, you're right. So you're right. That's why African current leaders there have to die because the reason what you're saying is true because what it is America and the Boule, they want us to unite because that starts with Andrew Young. Look, next week I'll go into it deeply because it's been a short while. Basically, Malcolm was trying to bring connection between us and FBA, whether we FBA, Financial Bank America, African American, whatever. Andrew Young and Jimmy Carter, they started this crap. When Malcolm was killed, Andrew Young went around Africa saying, "Oh, Africa, don't get involved. America's going to sort our problems out. Back off." Africa said, "Okay, then we're back off." I'm simplifying it, but at its core, that's what happened. When Malcolm was killed, people like Andrew Young, the traitor, that Boule Bush, son of a so-and-so, he was sent by the American administration to go into all the seeds that American planted. He burnt them. So Malcolm's a drug dealer, he's a pimp. Ignore him, don't listen to him. America's doing fine. We'll be okay over there. Back off. Africa said, "Okay, then we'll leave you alone." So what I'm saying is that there's been a 5-year hiatus now because we've not finished with Malcolm's work. Malcolm was trying to do his work of bringing us together. There's been a 5-year hiatus. That's a problem. So we can finish the work that Malcolm started. Where Malcolm left off, we've got to pick up and carry on because, like I said before, I mean, the current leadership in Africa, the current leadership, they put there. They're not leaders, bro. How smart. They're plantation overseers. Africa's a plantation, and they're the overseers. We've got no leaders in Africa. They're plantation overseers. They're there to make sure that the corporations can resource rape Africa, can rape Africa resource-wise, and keep it going. With neocolonialism, that's what they're there for. They're not leaders. They're resource rapers. They're there to facilitate the resource rape of Africa. While we're sitting in England comfortable, you sit in America comfortable, while Africa's been plundered by the Japanese, the Chinese, and that it'll be India. In 5 years, it'll be India. 5 years, it'll be India soon. That's what they're for. They're not leaders. We have resource rapers leaders that facilitate that. So they have to be removed. So why are you not welcome? Because the infrastructure is not there for you to be welcome. That's by design. They don't want you to come back to Africa. People like you come to Africa with your intelligence, your ingenuity, we take it back in 5 years. It's by design, Hustle Smart. They want us to keep us divided because if you've got African Americans coming in Africa in numbers, forget it, it's all over. White supremacy is done. Because once we have people like yourself, Brandon, Calogenesis, who else? Dynast, in Africa in large numbers, it's all over. White supremacy, it's all over. And they know that. So they keep Africa in an abject condition so like people like you don't come back. That's the purpose. Keep infrastructure poor, infrastructure dilapidated, infrastructure low standard. So you don't want to come back. People like your son, who used to sort of standard in living of comfort, amenities, they look at Africa and say, "Whoa, I ain't going there." With no clean running water, no constant electricity, no constant air conditioning. So that's why I see that lack of infrastructure is by design. But people like yourselves who can tell us to overlook that, come over yourself, we connect, we're coming together now. That reconnection is happening. And so what you're doing is fantastic because that's what we need. It's happening slowly, but it will happen, bro. It will happen because it needs to. Because this can't continue. Africa's been sold as slaves in Libya. Africa's been beat up in Ukraine. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Africans run to Poland for help. And the government's saying, fend for yourself. The whole world's watching it. It's embarrassing. You know, everyone's looking at us, licking their lips. They're looking at Africa and say, yeah, the nation of cowards, let's rob them and take what they've got. Because then we're cowardly and disorganized. Not all of us, but our leaders are cowardly and disorganized. But we have to change. Because the alternative is too terrible to contemplate. But it will change, brother, because you're doing it, I'm doing it, Sister Tanzan's doing it. You know, she'll be in California forever. She'll go in California, what she's doing there, and go back to Kenya. I'm sure I'm not sure how long she's been in California, but we're connecting them together. You know, it'll happen. But yeah, the leadership in Africa, forget the leadership. We have to do it ourselves on the ground because we have no leadership in Africa. They're all cowardly, corrupt, semi-retarded coons that hate their people. So we have to start from the bottom up. Us, people like you, Brandon, Tu Niger, Ben, even Ben Yusuf. We have to come together and start slowly. Forget leadership. Forget it. It's not going to happen from them. They're sold out. They're sold out. Corrupt. They're sold out. Forget them.
This is the thing, though. You know, see, with a lot of Americans, see, Africa just doesn't make sense to a lot of Americans. And it's some things that don't make sense to me too. See, it doesn't make sense to me why the fuck that Senegal, Gambia, and what was the next one over? Why is that not
Liberia?
Liberia? Why is that not one country? You get what I'm saying? It's that Africans are holding these imaginary borders. You get what I'm saying? See, in America,
Yes.
we don't have no choice. You know what I'm saying? With the states that we in, because these are backed up, but these are Africans. You get what I'm saying? That know that colonizer carved it up. You know what I'm saying? But these colonizers are gone. A lot of these African countries are independent now. You know what I'm saying? So, but they're still holding on to these borders that are placed. And on top of that is that, you know, it always tripped me out when I say countries and somebody want to say, you know, Africa is a continent. We know that. We definitely know that. But the point is that we feel like it all should be one, because in the United States, excuse me, South Carolina is a small state in the United States. But let another country come over talking about South Carolina is weak. We're going to take over. California going to ramp up. Texas going to ramp up. New York going to ramp up. Georgia's going to ramp up. Florida's going to ramp up. Alabama's going to ramp up. Oklahoma going to ramp up. And you don't fuck with no state in the United States. So if it's only small because we want to make it small, but all other 49 states is going to get in your ass like a thong. That's the way the United States work. But that's not how it is in Africa. Africa, each country, which is ain't nothing but a state, because some of these countries is about the size of Atlanta.
Yeah, but then
don't even have them. So it's some countries in Africa that don't even have the population of the city of Atlanta.
Yeah,
but it's called the country.
Yeah,
but they're on their own. So it's like divide and conquer. You know what I'm saying? Some of these countries are so small. They're like the herd. Lions hunting the herd of gazelle, and the little Waverly gazelle at the end that ain't keeping up. That's the one that they eat. You get what I'm saying? So I understand you got ECOWAS and ECOWAS and all that other shit, but it does not matter. Africa is probably I think it's 52 countries in Africa.
54.
54. It should be at the most 30 countries. 30 countries at the most. It's at least 8 of them that need to combine. It is no reason that Ghana and what's next to Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire or Benin? It's Cote d'Ivoire, right?
Cote d'Ivoire, yeah.
There is no way that Cote d'Ivoire should be a country. No way in the world.
And Togo, Benin and Togo, Nigeria. Ghana, Benin, Togo, Nigeria.
And there's no way in the world that Benin should be a country.
No way. Even Togo is smaller.
Togo, this is what I'm saying. So when you got these small countries, that is no way that they can even compete with an economic giant like Uganda. No way that they compete with none of these small countries can compete with their neighboring the country that is bigger than them. That's the difference between the United States and Africa. Because if a country like South Carolina is failing, all the other countries are gonna help out. You get what I'm saying? The federal government is gonna keep South Carolina afloat. And you know what money they're gonna use? They're gonna use the taxes from Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington. They all gonna take taxes from that country to them states to help out South Carolina.
Yeah, but you have leadership. We don't. See, you have leadership. Even
it's a system. The leadership is some bullshit. The system is what's put in place. This just is in the Constitution. So no matter what leader gets in place, he have to follow this Constitution. See, that's one thing. The Constitution cannot be changed. They always say that, but it's not changed. It's just amendments. They add amendment to it. The Constitution by the founding fathers cannot be changed. That's why that 3/4 of a human being about black people is still in the Constitution. They can't change it. They can't take it out.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Ms. Sandra.
Yes, and very good points, and I do understand exactly what you're saying. I'll give a bit of a short historical overview. So pre-borders, it used to be sort of tribal regions. So, let's say, let me just say, to take a neutral country, Nigeria. So let's say the Yorubas had their own region, and the Igbo had their own region, and then the Hausa had their own regions. And so everybody pretty much understood, where the borders were. They were very informal. But there were also other tribes who were nomads who went around from place to place. So there were no restrictive borders. They could either pass through or settle for a while. The Maasai in East Africa, were like that. So the Maasai they would migrate from, Tanzania to Kenya, to parts of Ethiopia and so on, and go back down according to the seasons. So after independence, and what happened was a lot of African countries ended up adopting a lot of the systems, that they had inherited from the colonizers. I wouldn't call it an independence. It may be, loosening of ties, because most of the countries kept a lot of, the old traditions. The choice at the time was whether to get rid of the borders or, to strengthen the borders. And most people were against, keeping the borders. However, they said that if we were to go back to the tribal regions, the divisions, so many of them had been cut off from each other, and there would be so much, and land had been taken from some tribes, and some tribes confiscated from. So they said that it would probably be difficult to get the previous tribal regions. For example, there were tribes that that encapsulated up to 3 countries. There would be 3 or 4 tribes going to 3 or 4 countries. So the question was whether to take the tribe and say the majority is going to be let's say the region here, or we're just going to keep the borders and try to have all the tribes live together and try to coexist within, these artificial borders. So the next step of most of the African countries after, so-called independence was the nationalization process. And that was I would call it the de-tribalization plus nationalization. So the emphasis was, you're not your tribe, you're your country. So the tribal allegiances were supposed to be loosened so that people could have a more unified national identity. So I think that's where a lot of African countries still are. The tribal thing is still there, but the national has, also been entrenched amongst themselves. That's why you see, Africans saying, oh, I'm this and that, I'm this and that, and so on, being proud of all these borders. So, and that's why sometimes, anyway, so I know it's not an easy choice, and the difference between the states and the countries is that states can work together. If something is affecting one state, it will probably affect another, and everybody's under the same law. What most African countries, everybody took their own version of the colonial politics, legal system, all of that stuff, and just made it their own. So to try to make them all at once. That's why I admire Tanzania, because at the very beginning, Tanzania said we want to unify, the continent. They did not succeed, but they unified both Tanzania and Zanzibar, and Tanganyika became, Tanganyika and Zanzibar became Tanzania. So it could be done, but like Black Americans say, I was born in this land. I was born as an American. So it would be difficult to tell you that, oh, don't be an American, be an African instead. So it would be difficult for, let's say, a Nigerian to stop being a Nigerian and say, well, I'm going to be that. So that's where the complication comes in a little bit.
Well, I agree with that, man. Look, I'm finna let you go, Jughead, man. When you do this, we're finna go ahead and close it out. You go ahead and say whatever you need to say. Take all the time you want, man, with your final thoughts. And then we'll let Miss Tanzan go with her final thoughts. And then it'll be the hustle part rant, man. I appreciate y'all for coming. Go ahead and give your final thoughts. Mr. Jug Season, man, appreciate you coming on to the channel. You know what I'm saying? For your first time, you're always welcome back. You know what I'm saying? No matter what the topic is. Miss Tanzan, I appreciate you. We got two Simp Police virgins on here, man. So we appreciate. We hope the experience was good for y'all. You know what I'm saying? And that if you did hear anything about me or thought anything about me, you know what I'm saying, hopefully that you took from today's session that even though I feel the way I feel strongly that I feel, I'm a good listener. And if you hit me with a point or you hit me with a fact, you know what I'm saying, I will stop dead in my tracks and I will acknowledge a fact. That's the least thing we can do as Black people, is to show mutual respect. You get what I'm saying? One way ain't the best way, but one way of the same way of thinking is the right way. Go ahead, Mr. Jugsy. Go ahead and give your final thoughts, man, and whatever you got to say, my brother.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you giving this platform to rant and rave. I appreciate it. It's fantastic. Ms. Tanzan, my sister, welcome, sister. It's great talking with you, interacting with you. Yeah, one final thought about African unity. See, Ms. Tanzan's right. I mean, Nigeria will never stop being Nigerian. Because the culture is strong. What we can do is one common currency and a common. Remember what the Europeans did in 1957? We had a common market and a common economic policy. That's all we need. One African policy and one passport, one currency. Because the tribal large allegiances are too strong. But what we can have is common gold, common currency, and common economic policy. That's all we need. We don't need to unite in one country. It won't happen. It won't happen. We're too divided. But we can have a common currency, which includes you and the Caribbean people and the people in Brazil, because you're a family as well. So we have to, but it starts with good leadership too. Right now, present leadership is cowardly and retarded. You say you're naive African, brother, you used to be too like, we're not naive, we're retarded. I'm saying it. And I'm an African, we're beyond naive, man. If we're naive, we'll be good. We're retarded, cowardly people. But it will change because it's changing now already. Africans going back from America to the fatherland, the motherland, and we're connecting. It's just the start. It's just the beginning. But like I said, I'll be next week to finish off. What I could say now, because obviously, I mean, it's a long, drawn out process which we've been through. Brother Husmar, we've been through over 1,000 years of destruction with Arabs and Europeans. Forget the Europeans. The Arabs themselves are a problem. Now, forget the Europeans, but that's what the Arabs, they started this crap. over 1,000 years ago. It's because this is a continuous war against us for almost over 1,000 years straight. So it won't be done in 5 minutes. So don't lose hope, because we got, we've been beset on all sides. We got coward misleaders, Arabs in the north, the Europeans giving us bioweapons in Africa. They're trying to kill you with the Hispanics, which are to fund your country, illegal aliens to replace you. We're beset on all sides, but we should overcome, because it's in our genetics. Look at you, Fred. You came out of prison and now you're earning 20,000 a year. Why? Because you're great. That's not a coincidence. It's in your genes. You get things done. Your people built Black Wall Street. For 200 years, look at what happened to Reconstruction. 1870 to 1900, you built towns you built after slavery. No reparations, no compensation. But in 3 decades, you surpassed whites when they're jealous of you. Why? Because in your genes. You're great people. Look, remember as well, World War II, Hitler called you. He called you the Hebrews. He didn't call you Negro. He didn't call you Negro. Hitler called you the real Jews. Why? Because you're special. Hitler's and when Hitler said that, Roosevelt didn't disagree with him. Hitler called you the real Jews. I'll leave it at that, man. Let me go calm down. Let me go calm down. Sister Tanzan, look forward to interacting with you again. Professor Smart, thank you for giving me this platform to talk. And all our listeners, I hope I'm not talking too fast. This week I'll slow down, because I keep forgetting I'm talking to a US audience, man. But thank you again, Professor Smart, for giving me this platform to talk. And I'll start now, Sister Tanzan. I'll leave you to finish off with Professor Smart. I'll see you next week. Same time, same channel. Best love to all of you.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it for you coming on, man. You know what I'm saying? You're always welcome, man. You know what I'm saying? So thank you for coming on. And you know what I'm saying? I'm going to take you
calm down now.
Yeah, you can calm down, man. I'm gonna take you out, man. And, you know what I'm saying? And anytime we on, man, anytime jump on, man, you're welcome to the channel, bro. Salute.
Thank you. Bless love. Take care.
I got you, man. Let's see. All right, Miss Tanzan, it's just me and you, man. Go ahead. Go ahead and do your thing.
Oh, so much pressure.
Made that sound weird, didn't it? Go ahead, Miss Tanzan.
Okay. I'll try to summarize. For me, the problem of Africans is we are saturated with too many identities. We shoulder the burden of tribalism. We shoulder the identity of nationalism. And I don't think we have really embraced Africanism. So when people say that Pan-Africanism in Africa is not strong, I agree. We are still at the nationalistic level. The not problem. I don't want to step on toes, but maybe the issue with
step on toes here. Step on toes. These niggas need it raw. RAW. You know what I'm saying? Like the rawest goddamn onions that you can find. We will not get nowhere for being apologists. You get what I'm saying? Because what is talking that? Let me explain it to you before you continue. We got to do something different, Miss Tanzan. We have to. If talking nice and boosting black people up ain't the way to go, then busting them upside their goddamn head. We got to do something. We got to throw something at the fire. We just can't sit up there and let it burn. So you sit up there and you cook. You say whatever you need to say, how you want to say it, and how long you want to say it. Capiche?
Wow. Yes. Thank you.
Hey, it's just that type of channel. Go ahead, Mama.
Yes. So, as I said, Africans, they are confused with too many identities. They just trying to juggle 4 different things. You are your tribe, you are your country, and now you want to represent a whole continent. And the problem with Black Americans is they don't consider themselves as African. They are ashamed, with good reason, of Africa. Unfortunately, they say the nudeness of your grandmother, she's still your grandmother, So even if Black people are ashamed of Africa, which I can understand why, she's still your grandmother. She's still where you came from. You didn't pop up out of nowhere on the shores of Black America. And guess what? You still have cousins out there in the Caribbean. I apologize for my ignorance of, the Jamaicans and so on. I always just think of them as somewhere in the middle between our beef with each other. But so, we still have each other, even if we're hostile. What I would advise to Black Americans looking to Africa, don't look at it in a romantic fashion. If your people, like what Chris Rock was saying, would you rather, to the white people, would you rather be white or black, as much as Black people are cool? And every single person, every single white person would still rather be white with all the problems they have. So the same thing with Black Americans, for all, the problems in Black America, I don't think any Black America would rather be in Africa. They're still like, oh, wow, whew, thank goodness we were the ones who got out here. So one thing I would advise to white people, when they children, they don't have initiation rites, they have initiation practices. So they take their children, to the range, they take their children camping, they take their children to difficult environments so that their children can learn how to survive in different places. Even if they have the most luxurious resources, they still want to experience that roughness. So for me, to Black Americans looking at Africa, just look at Africa as, whatever they told you about it, it's worse than that. It's a savage jungle. And the challenge is, if you can survive it for a week, then you're a man, my son, something like that. But no more of this, niceness about, Africa paradise. No, Africa is the worst place right now economically on earth, not the people. The place, the conditions for Black people is the worst place to be a Black person in the world right now. But what Black Americans can learn from it is to be able to go and not go and live there, just to go and see, what it takes, to survive under the worst conditions. If there was no more welfare, there was no more government, if the world was just, done, you'd have to grow your own food, you'd have to make your own hut. At that time, my heart would be better than sleeping on the streets, So that whole toughening up mentality is, I think, what Black Americans can take from Africa, that you're not going there, to enjoy life. This is a third world problem, and you're going to have third world challenges. And if you, as a first worlder, can survive a third world place for 1 week, then, you have proved yourself. So that's how it should be, a challenge, not a vacation. And for Africans, for them, the challenge is to learn about, Black Americans, learn about the history outside of, just of Africa, learn about what this romantic, for us, while Black Americans romanticize Africans, Africans romanticize, whites. For us, the white man is this and that and so on. So we also need unlearning and redoctrination of how the world is and how to look at the world from a larger perspective. And I admire the perspective of Black Americans, because for all the toil and trouble and persecution, you have gotten the eye that Africans do not. You can see the world as it is from wherever. The world is clear to you. When you look at it, you see that this is my enemy and this is not, and you don't play with it. We need that kind of clarity in Africa, so we know who to bring in and who to keep out. So at the end of the day, we all have, strengths that we can turn into weaknesses, and we all have weaknesses that we need to overcome. Thank you very much, and I'm honored to speak with such intelligent people.
No problem, young lady. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you coming on. You know what I'm saying? You're always welcome. A lot of people think, you know what I'm saying, because I talk tough for against women and everything, but it's I give the energy that's given. You get what I'm saying? Like it's one of those things to where even when I talk about men, I don't use soft gloves. I believe in being equal to everybody. You know what I'm saying? If you show me respect, I'll show you respect. The thing about it is you don't get no pass from me just by being a female. You get a pass by me for acting like a female. You get what I'm saying? For acting like a woman. However, whatever word you want to use, you know what I'm saying? But you just do not get no automatic pass. Respect is given. You get what I'm saying? And you have been very respectful. You know what I'm saying? I have gave you the green light to say whatever you say. I didn't, you know, I don't interrupt you. You know what I'm saying? I don't interrupt people. I just don't do that on my channel because what people have to say, you know, at the end of the day, it just doesn't affect how I operate in my daily life. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't take it past YouTube as far as the rhetoric. What I take past YouTube is what we need to do to come together. So that's why when you hear us talking on platforms, it seems like we're favoring each other, but we're not. We're just listening to each other on another frequency, and that's what most Black people don't do. Most Black people, African people, when they get mad, they mad. They don't want to hear nothing else, and they want to be enemies forever. And we enemies today, we enemy next week. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear no apology. Fuck your apology. That apology don't mean shit. That's we. It's like we like to live in echo chambers. That's what I do not like about Black people. And I agree with Mr. Uganda 100%. It shouldn't be a major push, and it's not a major push. You get what I'm saying? But a lot of Black people in America are yearning to have somewhere to go. You get what I'm saying? Or know that there's a spot where to go. The problem is once they get there, once they don't experience third, because a lot of people don't even like when I use the word third world, but Africa is the third world country. You know, a lot of the countries in Africa are third world. You know what I'm saying? So it just is the way it is. But for an American that spends $2,000 to $3,000 to come to Africa, the last thing he want to do when he get to Africa is get there and be on his own. That would be the worst, especially after sitting on a flight for 24 to 32 hours. You get what I'm saying? The last thing you want to do is get to the airport and somebody trying to swindle. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't even though America is what it is, like I don't expect for nobody at the airport to ask me for any money. I don't expect for the security guard to ask me for no money. You know what I'm saying? See, in America, when we see people asking for money, we see that as a bomb. You know, somebody just walking up to you that you don't know, asking you for money, we call them bums. So that's the same way that some Black American would perceive Africa, is they, you know what I'm saying, they some begging ass niggas. That's just how some Americans will see it, because that's the way we call it here in America. You get what I'm saying? Somebody walk up to you, ask you for some money, you like, what the fuck? And then on top of that, you talking about a professional person that asking you for money. You like, what the fuck is going on? You get what I'm saying? Like, am I in the Twilight Zone? Like, the culture shock is so different. That's why I say that people need to visit. So, Mr. Uganda, I agree with that. We need to open up the international markets and whatever. But the good thing about it, most Black Americans ain't moving to Africa. If they even come over there to vacate. But long as you got the DR, Dominican Republic, 2-hour flight, Mexico, you know, Haiti, Colombia, you know what I'm saying, South America's 3-4 hour flights away, you know what I'm saying, where they're welcoming Black Americans. You get what I'm saying? It's hard for a Black American to fly 28 to 32 hour flight, switching from this flight to this flight and this plane to this plane, and to be on their own. You get what I'm saying? So it has to be some type of resources to over there. But you know what I'm saying? But that's a whole nother story. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother channel. I appreciate everybody on here. Miss Tanzan, I thank you for coming on here. Anything else you want to say before you jump off?
Lastly, if you go to Africa, know at least one African before you go.
But do you understand how strange that would sound to America? Because think about it. I can jump on a plane right now and go to the Dominican Republic by myself, don't know nobody.
Yes, I can very much understand that. And not to lengthen the show, but I would say this. Imagine now going from a place where you see all black faces, you come to a country and it's just paleness everywhere. Imagine that sensation. But what helped me was this, and this is why I would say that maybe Black Americans have done a better job than us Africans in dealing with people. It wasn't immediate. It took maybe 10 years for me. But I suggest that people, when you go somewhere, just go with a hostile attitude. And if you find kindness, you'll be surprised. When I came to America, all I knew about Black Americans were they like to shoot each other. So when I first met the first nice Black American, I was shocked and surprised and very pleasantly. And so sometimes when you go with a bad attitude and it gets changed, that's a little bit easier than if you come with a good attitude and then you get disappointed.
I get what you're saying, man. I appreciate you coming on. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you want to come on, you know what I'm saying, just come in and make sure you know what I'm saying, talk to the people in the chat, jump on the show. If you want to jump on, you're always welcome. Miss Ann, I'm finna kick you off, you know what I'm saying, but not kicking you out.
No problem. No problem.
Thank you for coming on, young lady. All right, y'all. This has been another great episode, great stream. You know what I'm saying? I think that the naive African thing, it was not a trigger point. I wish that Black Americans, I wish that we could be naive. You know what I'm saying? I wish that, like my kids can run out there and I ain't got to worry about if they're going to get snatched up or whatever. You get what I'm saying? I wish that if my son went to the next door neighbor house and, they would feed him and stay over there, whatever. It just, I don't have to worry about anything. I worry about my kids so much in the United States. We have to be overly protective in the United States about our kids. In Africa, you don't have to be that overly protective, So, people use your kids in America as leverage. That's just how they do. We conniving over here is because of the people that don't raise us up, the belly. So, but this is one thing I will say about slavery. I do agree with Kanye West that slavery for the people that's in America, it was a good thing. It was a bad thing that happened to the people that, suffered. But for me, I'm pretty cool with being in America. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm able to know what I know and see what I see. And I can't imagine if I was in Africa, would I think the same way that I think now? You know what I'm saying? I'll probably be one of them white Jesus loving niggas. You know what I'm saying? Can't wait to get to church. You know what I'm saying? Jesus is white. You know what I'm saying? White people are the best. I probably would think that if I stayed in Africa, if I would have never came to the United States. So, Africa, like they say, without no trial, what they say, what is it? Without no shit. I'm trying. I got to think of this term, y'all. It's without no struggle, there's no progress. So the Africans before me that struggle is for my progress, nigga. You get what I'm saying? So, appreciate the black slavers that was collecting slaves, and appreciate the white people that brought my ancestors over here, and for me to survive and to me to be the way I am now. You get what I'm saying? Because I don't know what I would be if I was in Africa. Just don't know. So that's a lot of what if, but I know where we at right now. And I know that I wouldn't be in the position that I was in if it weren't for slavery. You get what I'm saying? So, it is what it is, the fucked up situation, but I deal with the now. You know what I'm saying? I recognize the past. I understand the past. I hated that the past happened, but my grandmama or grandfather, great-great-grandfather lineage, they could have been the ones that died on the boat. They could have been one of the ones that was shot and killed, thrown off the boat. You get what I'm saying? So therefore, I think that as black people, for us to be born alone is, you know, you got to fight with millions of sperm cells. We all know that story. But then the plight that our ancestors had to go through and all the shit that they had to endure just to make it in captivity in Africa, make it on a boat ride, make it through slavery for me to be where I am right now. You get what I'm saying? So I have that. I know for a fact, y'all, that I have the power and the will of my ancestors in my DNA. I have a fight in my spirit. I don't give up for nothing. You get what I'm saying? Even when my family listens to my YouTube shows, they be like, man, if you just took an hour of cursing, you could be a good preacher. Fuck that shit on a Sunday morning. I'm not with it. I'm not selling niggas no hope. I'm selling niggas unity. I'm selling niggas on the point that we need to all come together, at least on a mutual, on mutual grounds, so we can network with each other. We still trying to figure out how we can get along with each other. And I hope that this Ukraine situation have showed naive Africans that who's the enemy. I hope that showed. I hope that sparked something in Africa. And then to the entitled Americans, ain't nobody gonna give you shit. So talking shit about other immigrants don't do nothing for it. Now, I understand Black Americans that we're frustrated. I understand that. But just because we ain't got nobody else to jump on don't mean we got to jump on each other. We can disagree with each other. But goddamn, it has to stop at some point. So, appreciate all y'all coming on here, man. You know what I'm saying? The Cash App is at the top. When y'all play it back, make sure y'all smash that Cash App and PayPal. Matter of fact, let me put it in at the bottom. That'll be the last thing y'all see. Let me put that Cash App and that PayPal up in here, because y'all know I need y'all niggas money. You know, I'm starving out here. Don't let the house and the cars and whatever. Don't let that food you. I'm starving. I'm starving out here, Shawty. But it is what it is. I'm not taking away from what happened in slavery. But I'm just saying, if slavery wouldn't have happened, it wouldn't be no hustle smart. That's all I'm saying. So, you know. Because I don't think I would have made it back there in slavery. It would have happened. I probably would have hung myself on a tree. My damn self. Because there ain't no way you're going to whoop my ass, then I go back out there and work the next day. Right. That ain't going to happen. All right. Let me put this in the chat, y'all. Finna end this thing. Let's see here. So, yeah, man, when y'all listen to this playback, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know I need to fill up my extra refrigerator out there in the garage. So, you know what I'm saying? I need y'all to kick in. Bam. You know what I'm saying? And we out, man. The Simple Police Association. I appreciate everybody coming on here, man. Y'all enjoy y'all Sunday. You know what I'm saying? If you don't enjoy your Sunday, I don't give a fuck anyway, man. But what I will ask everybody to do, if you be respectful to your brother, you know what I'm saying? And you don't have to wake up to be a fuck nigga. You can just be a neutral nigga. It's okay to be neutral, y'all. I promise you, it's okay to be neutral. You do not have to have this thing for the next brother, man. That's it, y'all. We are gone.